Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General Mark Smith, Mr. City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, September 27th, 2022. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs.
Present.
Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche is absent. Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. If you choose to participate in public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on your agenda. At this time, we're going to go to item number 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, Commissioner Vice President Decker, Mr. Sobroff, Commissioner Bonner, Mr. Attorney, Mr. City Attorney, and Mr. Inspector General, and of course, Richard Tiefank. Welcome today. Today is, as I do each week, we'll do my COVID-19 update on instances in regards to our health and status of our employment of our people. With that, this past week, we had 19 additional cases of COVID-19. That brings our total to 7,209 cases since we began tracking this. 11 of those were civilian. 11 of those were sworn personnel, and 8 of them were civilian. Of the 19 new cases, 17 were of individuals that had been fully vaccinated, which is 89.5%. The overall number of personnel at home did increase this past week to 97. That's 14 additional personnel. However, I'm happy to report that we did see 4 of those persons that were previously at home return back to work, and 1 of our 2 hospitalized long COVID cases was able to go home. We still have 1 individual hospitalized, recovering from the long-term impacts of the COVID virus. Moving over to the significant events that happened this last week. First was I went to the Pueblo del Rio Community Safety Partnership Town Hall meeting and spent a couple hours there with a very engaged crowd. I must say there was more than 150 of the parents and others that were there from the community. It was a good couple-hour session talking about their concerns relative to community safety and their engagement. And what I was particularly encouraged by from this group in comparison to some other town halls was the volunteerism, the number of personnel that were inside the assembly that wanted to take on roles in organizing the community, specifically around speed bumps on a particular street that is heavily traveled by youth as they move across, as well as an alleyway that needed paving and an investment opportunity for the housing authority to allow an area that in generations past was used by children rather than playing on the street and being potentially engaged to motorists that were speeding. Additionally, a restoration of a signal at a location that has been habitual for commercial traffic to knock over, street lighting, and then finally getting young people from the east side of the development to go to the west side where there's an established rec center, were all ideas and strategies and desires that the group had. And again, rather than asking the police department to join in and move and make those things happen, was their willingness to form committees and to work towards achieving this by the shared responsibility of them as a stakeholder, along with HAPLA, LAPD, of course, and others. So this was it was a great exchange. It was one that really encouraged my heart in the sense of seeing that community that has continued to come together. There were multiple individuals there that threw all types of compliments to our people, and we're grateful for their engagement. But again, that is a commonality. But what I was particularly interested here was seeing their community safety plan taking on a role of their dedicated involvement. Secondly, this past Saturday, I attended the Los Angeles Congress of Neighborhoods with all the neighborhood council leadership from throughout the city. And we had in the town hall was a presentation by the fire department as well as myself on behalf of LAPD as far as our strategic plan, where we're at in regards to crime, our strategies in building trust in our communities, as well as in combating the recent increase, particularly in gun violence. We did have two categorical instances I want to cover. One is involving an officer-involved shooting with a hit, and one was a neck restraint that involved an arrest of an individual that fit the criteria to be investigated as a categorical use of force. The first involving the officer-involved shooting was in the southeast area, and there on the 22nd of September at approximately 10:24 at night, Southeast Uniform Patrol officers were working a crime suppression detail when they observed a male riding a bicycle, and they believed that he matched the description of a suspect wanted for an assault with deadly weapon incident. As officers approached the individual to conduct the investigative stop, he abruptly stopped his bicycle, ran from the officers, resulting in a foot pursuit. The officers gave chase while giving him verbal commands to stop running. During the foot pursuit, the individual produced a handgun and fired one round towards the officer, resulting in an officer-involved shooting by one of the pursuing officers. The individual was struck by the officer's gunfire, but scaled a fence and continued running. Officers lost sight of him, established a perimeter, and requested assistance of Metropolitan Canine units. During a subsequent search, it was discovered that the individual had barricaded himself inside a nearby business. Special Weapons and Tactics Platoon responded, SWAT, to the scene, and after exhausting all negotiation efforts, OC gas canisters were deployed to the business, resulting in the individual surrendering without further incident. He was found to have sustained one gunshot wound to his leg. He was transported to a local hospital where he was treated for his injury and released for booking. Officers, fortunately, were not injured in this, and a Glock 9mm Model 48 handgun was recovered. Force Investigations Division will conduct their investigation, and this individual was booked for attempt murder on a police officer. His name was Victor Lopez. He's a male Hispanic, 37 years of age. The second incident that occurred is classified as a categorical use of force because of the officer's contact with the neck area of the individual during an arrest. This happened on the 23rd of September at approximately 9:30 in the morning when uniformed North Hollywood patrol officers responded to a radio call of an arson suspect who was in the rear parking lot of the 11100 block of Burbank Boulevard. Upon officers' arrival, they were directed to the location of the individual, later identified as Madeline Martinez, a transgender female, Hispanic, 33 years of age. They were directed to that location where Martinez was armed with a knife. Numerous attempts were made to verbalize with the Martinez, including additional resources being requested to the scene and a containment set up around the individual. After approximately 2.5 hours of negotiation in this standoff, the individual eventually relinquished the knife and officers made their approach. As officers contacted the individual, a use of force occurred in which an officer contacted the individual's neck area. The individual was ultimately taken in custody and later charged with 69 of the Penal Code. The witness could not identify the individual as being involved in the earlier arson crime, and the individual was transported to a nearby hospital for narcotic ingestion. The individual was later cleared medically and deemed okay to book by medical staff. 4 officers were injured during the course of this arrest. All officers were treated and were discharged, which I'm grateful for. Force Investigation Division will investigate this incident, and given the contact with the neck area of this individual by officers during the course of the arrest, this use of force will be brought before this commission for determination as to it conforming with the policies and training and expectations of this department. Before I go, in regards to the number of use of force and the number of officer-involved shootings here to date, with this past one that I just reported involving Southeast, we now have a total of 28 officer-involved shootings this year versus 25 last year. There's been a total of 13 fatals this year, officer-involved shootings versus 10 last year. Our 4-year average for officer-involved shootings is just over 22, and our number of fatals by this time is just under 9 year-to-date, our 4-year average. And I wanted to take a moment because there's been continued reports over time regarding the number of officer-involved shootings and the number of fatal officer-involved shootings in the department, and assertions regarding the department leading the country in the number of such fatal officer-involved shootings. This is despite earlier efforts by the department to report statistics that we gather from departments across the country relative to the incidence of officer-involved shootings. And while I'm going to provide some information on this, let me also preface this by saying the desire of officer-involved shootings is that it's a matter of last resort, that preservation of life is a guiding principle, and our ideal number of officer-involved shootings is 0. However, we do pay a close attention to trends and information experiences of other departments as we seek to limit and lower and eliminate having to resort to deadly force whenever possible. But as I look at other agencies, the most recent report on this involves 100 of the most popular cities in the United States. And it shows the Los Angeles Police Department as ranked 59th out of 100 for the number of fatal police officer shootings per 100,000 population. Other major cities that were ranked included the number 1 city in the country, which was St. Louis. Their rate of fatal officer-involved shootings compared to Los Angeles Police Department, and the data range of this was from 2020 to 2018, was more than 4 times higher than Los Angeles Police Department. They were followed by Orlando, Florida, Las Vegas, San Bernardino, and Miami as the top 5. Locally, Bakersfield ranked as number 7, Fresno number 12, Stockton 16, Oakland 19, and Long Beach, an adjoining city, number 26. Now, most recently, we also surveyed 16 cities, major cities from across the country, accessing data that's posted on their agency websites, recognizing the data I've just given you is dated from a few years ago. But we found a similar finding, and while we weren't able to match all of the cities, because many cities do not post this type of information as readily as Los Angeles Police Department or others, we did find that Seattle PD ranked the highest per capita, more than 3 times higher than Los Angeles Police Department. Houston was 2 times, as was Phoenix, followed by Las Vegas, Chicago, Philadelphia, Jacksonville, Austin, and then Los Angeles being number 9. When I look at the stats involved in this, I recognize that with the total number of shootings year to date on the first 6 months, that Los Angeles Police Department listed 15. However, Chicago had 19. Houston had 19. Both of those are more than twice the numbers of the Los Angeles Police Department per capita. And then NYPD had 23 as of the first 6 months of the year. Again, as I said earlier, the ideal number of officer-involved shootings is 0. However, I must also recognize that the threats and the dangers officers face are real. In 2021, we had 346 officers across the country that were shot in the line of duty. 63 of them were killed. 95 suffered an ambush-style attack. As of the first 3 months of this year, there's been 101 police officers shot in the line of duty and across the country. That's a 43% increase from the same period last year and a 63% increase since 2020. Now, we look at these instances of increased levels of violence where we see it in our in the crime victims and the number of shooting victims and homicides. And unfortunately, the recovery of guns and the presence of officers being confronted with individuals carrying guns is certainly on an increase from just years past. Our efforts will continue to be to train and develop and provide officers with the tools and tactics that will allow them to avoid having to resort to the use of force as they defend themselves, as well as protect the community. And that is my commitment moving forward. Again, I provide this information just as a matter of context to frequent reports that we see in public comment. Moving over to the crime statistics, we have seen this past week that we continue to move in a positive category in regards to reduction in homicides and shooting victims. This last week, we closed with 295 homicides this year to date versus 296, so 1 fewer. Last week, we had 3 additional homicides over the year-to-date numbers from the previous year. So we've seen a good swing there. However, we still have a 47% increase in number of homicide victims versus 2019, the pre-COVID year. Overall, violent crime in the city has a 4.5% increase. That's 997 additional violent crimes. The area that we see particular interest continues to be in robberies, particularly armed robberies, which make up the bulk of the increase in robberies this year. In regards to property crime, we did see an improvement with now an 11.9% increase year to date. Last week, it was a 12.3% increase. So the trend week over the last 4 to 6 weeks is improving with a reduction in the overall rate of increase. Last week and this week, both, we stand at overall part one total crime increase of 10, part one crime increase of 10%. Lastly, moving over to our personnel strength. Essentially, there was no change in our numbers. We have two fewer sworn personnel at 9,253 versus last week's reported number. That's 207 below our stated sworn staffing strength, and 2,672 civilian personnel. That's 33 short of our authorized strength. We did start 29 new recruits this past Monday. Again, we're hiring at approximately about half the rate of what we're authorized to hire. So our efforts on recruitment and outreach continues. I'm thankful for the housing initiative that has been supported by the foundation and led by Commissioner Steve Soboroff, as well as the recruit incentive program. We have more than 90 individuals that are now eligible to receive that incentive as employees of the city, recommending qualified candidates for this department to enter as an academy recruit. And lastly, we continue in our discussions with City Council Public Safety Chair Monica Rodriguez in the hopes of seeing a motion introduced to establish a hiring bonus. However, for those listening and interested in this profession, our effort is to hire you within 90 days from your point of application. And so I would ask if you're interested to join now and enjoy a career of meaning and change within this organization. Thank you. Concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Soboroff, let me go to you.
I'm current. I don't have any questions of the chief this morning.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bonner?
Thank you very much. Yeah, Chief, a couple of questions about the report on the OISs and the comments there. One, as you mentioned that that information was for context because there's presumably never a comfort zone or a point at which there's an acceptable level of officer-involved shootings, right? I mean, you're not taking comfort in the fact that you may have more or less than one department. You're just providing context. First question is how do you, I asked this question, I think a few meetings ago, and this was about, you were referring to the number of, the increased number of attacks on officers and so on. And I was asking you before, and I'm going to just ask you to comment again, how do you address the situation or where officers are aware of other incidents, whether it was a specific incident or just maybe the rise in attacks on officers generally, and still make sure that they can approach each situation on its own merits. In other words, that you're not coming to a scene predisposed to use lethal force based on what you may be aware of in a going on around you. So can you comment on that? That's the first question.
An officer's actions being based on the situations before them is one of the basic tenets of training with officers as to how they formulate their response. That they can't judge with a bias or some type of predisposition based on a call characteristics or information, or perhaps even the last call that they just had, that they start at ground zero each time. We do work with all officers in debriefing situations and in talking about them and de-escalating emotionally, giving officers time in order to recover from a traumatic event, in order to ensure that as they start the next day or the next shift, that they're prepared to deal with it on the basis of the information. I'm proud of this organization. Actually, as a profession, officers respond to dangerous circumstances tens of thousands of times. And over a course, just in this week, we'll respond to tens of thousands of instances of uncertainty and and a lack of clarity and sometimes chaos. And yet officers, again, with their training, with working as a team, with good leadership approach, with a manner of taking their time whenever possible, of exercising strategies to de-escalate and to find and avoid, find opportunities and avoid having to resort to escalation or using even force itself. When we look at the instances of radio calls and observations, we look at instances of arrests and even instances involving people who resist officers and attack officers. The work of our officers has continued to show that they exercise proper restraint, that they exercise and use their training, and that they move forward. Now, with that said, over a period of time, we're mindful that this can harden a heart, that this can create a callous on the part of officers. And so those are items that we work with our leadership to talk and to sensitize officers to the potentials, the perils that could create in the way they approach matters. And supervision certainly approaches the way in which officers are approaching scenes and in the aftermath to identify opportunities for officers to slow things down and to ensure that they're demonstrating a balance in their approach and that they're not getting into a siege mentality.
So I'll just ask you for, and this, I'm assuming you don't know the answer to this question, or at least the substantive answer, maybe you can ask around. And the question is, you go back also to the statistics you referred to relative to other police departments, and in particular, the I think 16 or so large cities. As in all of the research that's done, whether it's through PERF or the Department of Justice or anyone, has there ever been any research that looked at any potential correlation with a spike in attacks on officers, for example, and a subsequent officer-involved shooting? So, the FBI data, I think, says that 2021 was a 20-year high for attacks on police officers. So I'm asking, for example, would anyone have looked at some similar year and then, done any research to understand what the, subsequent year or 2 years after that looks like, whether there's been any corollary response or reaction on behalf of law enforcement? I'm not talking about people specifically intentionally going out and seeking vengeance or revenge. I'm talking about the risk that I'm asking about, is that idea when you're in a hyper vigilance, mindset and increased sensitivity, is there any risk that itself results in more lethality?
I'll go back and work with PERF as well as IACP on this topic. The research I've seen to date shows correlation, but not causation, meaning that you see increased levels of violence in our streets, increased levels of gun possession, and also increased levels of police officer involved shootings. But that correlation is which is first, as far as is one causing or influencing the other, or vice versa. But again, we'll go back and look and see if there's an academic study that has shown that. I reference anecdotally that as we're seeking, this again, as we seek to understand the increase in officer-involved shootings, whether it's across the country or and the increased attacks on officers, we don't want to see officer-involved shootings increase because of an overvigilance or a belief that officers are resorting to use of force prematurely. We watch that closely, even in officer-involved shootings here locally. When we look at an area station that an officer is, particularly in an instance where an officer is injured or shot, is what is the immediate response with leadership to ensure that officers that are working in that region are not out for vengeance, and that they're not looking for some retribution or finding opportunities to demonstrate their authority. This is instead a period that we will hold people and will seek and not apologize to hold people and bring them before the criminal justice system that are attacking officers and committing acts of violence on officers. But at the same time, when those people are in custody or in pursuit of those individuals, every individual enjoys the rights and freedoms of an individual, and their constitutional rights will be protected, whether they're suspected of being involved in an assault or not.
Got it. Okay. Just two other quick questions in the interest of time, and I'm just going to put both questions out, and you can maybe give a response to both of them. One is, you in your prior comments, you made reference, I think in passing, just to someone potentially being back on duty a day or two later or something after an OIS. One question is to comment on what happens, say if I am an officer and I shoot someone or I'm involved in an OIS, what happens after that in terms of how soon am I back in the field? And that's one question. Then the other is our adjudications and along with your and others are looking at these situations as to whether they're in policy or out of policy. And with regard to those that are found to be in policy, say that an OIS found to be in policy, does the department's analysis and conversation stop there, or are there situations where someone may have been found to be in policy in a particular moment under a certain set of facts, but nonetheless maybe get some additional training to avoid the situation that they were involved in? So I'm just well, I think you understand the question, but if you could just comment.
Absolutely. So let me clarify. The department's policy is that anyone involved as a participant in an officer-involved shooting will not go back into a field setting for a minimum of 14 days. And only upon review of the preliminary information understood and an evaluation of that person's suitability or readiness to go back into a field setting. Many times or instances over the course of years, we'll have individuals that will go back at the 14-day mark or beyond the 14-day mark, and others that may be held from a field assignment for months or even longer. And there's a balance of input on that as far as the officer's readiness, as well as potentially the circumstances surrounding the critical incident of the officer-involved shooting that they're involved in, and having to come to a determination, and pending that determination, not having that officer exposed to field scenarios and situations that may call upon critical thinking and split-second decisions that we want to ensure the officer is properly prepared to do. So I want to be clear, critical instances are talking about the trauma that officers are exposed to could involve an incident where, while there wasn't an officer-involved shooting, there was certainly a critical incident involving potentially a hostage or a suspect that used force or created some mayhem in an area, and officers were able to successfully navigate it. And yet they still saw potentially the death of an innocent person, or they saw some other tragedy that just emotionally, it can char their heart. It can injure them as far as their sense of seeing something that was so terribly wrong. What we want to ensure is that an officer's wellness and their well-being is that they understand that they do see some of the most terrible things that anyone should ever see. But in working through that, how to effectively debrief that and work to ensure their resilience of their spirit and their commitment to go out and to protect and serve. Lastly, in regards to officer-involved shootings, when those officer-involved shootings are found in policy and as well as tactics and drawing and exhibiting that are consistent with our expectations, in each instance, regardless of whether it's this, in each instance, with it being found in policy, there are still tactical debriefing points. There are still added training and conversations that go on. The depth of that can vary by incident, but at a minimum, we talk about seven areas and a debriefing with the officers relative to their approach to the situation, the tactics used, the communications that they use, their choice on use of force, and the weapons or tools that they use. So those are all elements that go through that tactical debrief. That tactical debriefing is not held at an area station. It's held by our subject matter experts in training division, and feedback is given back to the command as to the individual's demonstration of understanding what those debriefing points are.
Thank you, Chief, and look forward to the research, some further discussion of the research we talked about. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Morning, Chief.
Good morning.
First, can you, for a couple of weeks now, you've been indicating that there's been hold up in council regarding the hiring bonus, and I wonder if there's any issues there that we should be aware of.
Well, we're in conversation. We've been in conversation with the council member who's the president of public safety. I believe that we're hopeful that motion will be introduced today. There have been interest of of perhaps other civilian positions and others being part of this. And what we're asking for is to move forthwith on this, given that this is the most pressing need that we have.
All right, thank you. That's helpful to know. With respect to the information you provided about reported shootings around the country, I heard where the more recent data came from the different departments. The data, I believe, that came from 2018, 2020, where LA ranked 59 out of 100. Where did that come from?
It's called this. It's a title, "The Cities with the Most Fatal Police Shootings in the U.S." It's posted on the 5th of June in 2020. It's available online under www.yourlawyer.com. It's an attorney firm, national law firm that conducted the research and then reported on not just the 100 largest cities, but also went into the instances of officer-involved shootings with charges against officers and other aspects of the question involving police use of deadly force in the communities in which we protect and serve.
Thank you. With respect to the numbers that you presented with respect to Los Angeles, and I think for this year you reported 28. Do you know, of those 28, how many of those cases involve situations where the officers were facing an individual with a firearm or other weapon?
I reported on the number earlier. I haven't updated that in the last within the last month, so I would like to go back and I'll get that back to you today.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. You can report it next week, Chief.
Okay.
That's fine. And those were the questions that I had. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Chief Moore, you reported that with respect to violent crime, we have I believe you said 4.95% increase in violent crime. 4.5. And the majority of that violent crime increase stems from armed robberies, correct?
Yes.
What can we as a department do to help bring that number down?
Well, our effort is to interrupt the flow of weapons, particularly ghost guns that are on our streets by identifying and arresting traffickers. And I am encouraged to say that we are seeing results in this, where we are identifying people who are manufacturing these weapons in their garage, in their back patio area. And we are working also to work with community members and offer a reward for them identifying individuals, perhaps in their neighborhood or otherwise, that are purveyors of this violence. These weapons are created for the sole reason of arming people who are privileged possessors. When we look at the instances of also firearms where we result in an arrest, we're asking, and we are beginning to see gun enhancements by our district attorney, so that when people go out and commit a robbery with a firearm, that in addition to the robbery charge, that they're having the enhanced criminal offense of being armed with a firearm at the time of that commission. To give you the significance of this, we drill in just a moment. So robberies in 2022 versus last year are up 16.9%. That's 1,001 additional robberies. Of that number, 644 involve a firearm. So 6 out of 10, more than 6 out of 10 new robberies are involving a firearm. That is, from a historical standpoint, a high water point. Historically, we would see 20-25% of our robberies involving a firearm. The vast majority of time, robberies in the state of Los Angeles involve bodily force. When we look at robberies involving a firearm compared to 2019, they're up 52%. That's 756 additional robberies, despite the fact that robberies are down in the state of Los Angeles compared to 2019 by 1.3%. So you can see the over concentration in robberies and it resulting in, I believe, this, we see people who are shot. We have people who have been killed during a course of a robbery. Just tragically, just 2 weeks ago, a music artist that was in the course of a robbery for what we believe was a valuable jewelry, was shot and killed as he ate lunch with his girlfriend. So our efforts are to identify individuals that are trafficking, manufacturing these guns, and get a full prosecution. Yesterday, I met with our new U.S. attorney. His commitment was to continue to pursue federal charges whenever possible against individuals that are engaged in this type of reckless violence. And lastly, the public, we're asking for them to ensure that should they have a firearm, that they're safely securing it and ensuring and protecting it from others that would prey upon it. The largest increase we see in this area is people carrying guns in their vehicles, and then as they park those vehicles in various parts to go shopping or enjoy dinner, the vehicle is being broken into, and the gun is being discovered. And again, this is now on the street and poses a risk. So prevention by properly securing and locking those here in Los Angeles, that's in a locked container or with a trigger lock. Secondly, if you're in a vehicle, there's really, I will tell you, vehicles should not have firearms in them because of just even in a locked compartment, the risk that they have from someone prying that open and gaining access to it. Gun traffickers, and then those that are in possession of guns, ensuring that the full weight of the criminal justice system comes against them and helps us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that. At this time, we're going to go to item 2 on the agenda, the public comment period. Madam Secretary, can you please open it up for public comment?
Okay, our first speaker is Philip Tabby.
Hello, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I attended an important meeting yesterday, and I left them with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King. And I'd also like to leave it with everyone attending today's meeting. The time is always right to do what is right. I believe when evidence, facts, and data point one way, you think that direction would be explored. Questions should arise. But when those questions, that evidence, and the facts get kicked aside, we're left with a very unfair outcome, a selfish one at that. Commissioners, what is the legacy that you will leave behind? One where crime keeps rising with failing policies, or one that will thrive and have better potential to grow and protect all Angelenos? To begin, bring back pretextual stops. Many guns are removed from the streets when pretexts are allowed. Please work on morale. It's down for many reasons. We cannot have city council members like Soft on Crime Monica Rodriguez, who led the Defund the LAPD movement, to get away with how she uses the department for her own gain. The community still believes she has an influence on our own chief of police with deployment of officers and more. This needs to be, if it's not already, investigated by the OIG at the least. Commissioners, please attend more roll calls and get to know the department and their needs and the unfair treatment they experience on a daily basis. It's wrong and possibly illegal to require unvaccinated officers to provide private insurance for Bluestone. So many things need to be addressed. We, the people, will not stop pointing out what we see. God bless our LAPD. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Power and strength to the families, been impacted by police violence. 28 people, 13 fatal. That's unacceptable. Y'all aren't judge and jury out there, yet you're playing executioner. And, you know, to compare results all over the nation is disturbing because it pretty much points out we have a systemic problem across the nation of police violence from city to city to city. You know, you all are playing judge and jury out there, people's lives. You're taking lives. You know, people are supposed to have a day in court, so-called, by your judicial system, yet your police force is violently addressing people on a daily basis, treating folks like animals. It's unacceptable, right? We have a systemic problem in the nation, and y'all fail to take a look at it, a real hard look at it. And you wonder why crime is going up, because y'all are taking all of our resources. The police were never defunded, actually. It never happened, okay? It never happened. Y'all get 3.8 billion a year, right? 8 million a day. And every agenda item is asking for more money on here. You know, just recently, there was a story on the news about children, LAUSD children, not having air conditioning in schools, and they're sitting in classrooms with 100 degrees because there's no money. Crime is going up. Crime is going to go up because people are living on the streets. We have 70,000 people, including elderly. Could you imagine your grandma or your grandfather living on the street, or the women? There's an uptick in women and elderly because they don't have enough income. Crime is going to go up. People are going to steal because they don't have resources. Y'all can stop this by stop taking our money, you know? And this use of force happens every time. Y'all just described somebody you did a chokehold on that wasn't even the arson victim. I mean, excuse me, the arson perpetrator, right? But y'all took that person into custody, held him in a chokehold, or her, whatever, right? And what did you do? It's and you know, and you talk about working with children. At the same time, what about Valentina? Y'all say that you get there and you assess things, but yet there's no de-escalation. That youth, 14 years old, was shot. You know, this is unacceptable. We say defund y'all and fund the community.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, agenda items, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first, I always like to start with, I support Chief Moore and LAPD, all of our officers. We need more officers. The ones that are out there are doing a great job, but we need more on the street. And the agenda items, I support 3A and 3B. Street crimes need to stop. The ambushing of officers is done, in my mind, by cowards. Apparently, they're not raised to show respect or good values. And again, all those that have been vaccinated for COVID, probably about 75% of all of us have come down with COVID anyway. So what's the point? Why are officers being charged from their own insurance to be tested, to get vaccinated, not get vaccinated? It just doesn't make any sense. The numbers don't clash. So with that too, I want everyone to stay healthy and safe. And I'd like to thank Briggs for his response, and I will see him soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have W. Blower.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. I hope all is well. On September the 12th, 2022, I don't know if you're aware, President Biden signed a new executive order on advancing biotechnology and biomanufacturing innovations. These are the same executive orders that the city of Los Angeles agreed to follow when they accepted the $1.2 billion. This is for the development of genetic engineering technologies and techniques to be able to write circuitry for human cells. This is done in the same way in which we write software and program computers. Pfizer and Moderna have already initiated a phase 3 study to test this. Please feel free to do research, fact check me. In a revision on September the 23rd, 2022, the CDC said nursing home facilities and hospitals can choose not to require all doctors, patients, visitors to wearing masks in areas without high community transmissions. Late August, the CDC went on record saying at this point, there is not a difference between the vaccinated and unvaccinated. Perhaps you and the listeners should look up Adverse Events of Special Interest, AESI, or Safety Platform for Emergency Vaccines, SPEAC, or Serious Adverse Events, SAE. I think it's time for the city of Los Angeles to drop its mandate altogether, get ahead of what's to come. Continuing to dig a deeper hole will only make it harder for each and every one of you to get out. The federal government has ceased and desist from all testing of the unvaccinated. There are multiple states that have dropped their mandates altogether. Locally, Contra Costa has dropped their mandates entirely. Perhaps the city of Los Angeles should monitor Contra Costa for their COVID numbers. My guess from the data from worldwide is cases from the vaccinated will still continue to rise for a few months, then plateau, then drop like a hot rock. As of today, per the chief of police, 76% year to date infections from your department are from the unvaccinated. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. Before I go, I want to leave you with this. When you choose personal gain over values, you truly lack having any integrity.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
The United States is a constitutional republic. We're all children of God and all lives matter. Chief, that was a great report today. I was very impressed about how you brought facts about the situation of officer-involved shootings, especially fatal ones. It's very important that we stay with facts. There are some people here who use the communist canard of calling our police officers racist murderers. That's just not true. We do not have a systemic problem across the United States of America with police violence. We have a problem with criminal violence. Take a look at the statistics in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, and some of the cities that the chief mentioned. Okay, that is the problem. It is a violent place, and there are many reasons for that. It's not poverty that causes crime. It's a lack of faith. It's lack of good, strong families, a lack of fathers in those families, and that's another subject. Also, it was good to hear, Chief, that you're meeting with the public, that volunteerism is alive and well. That needs to be encouraged. Maybe you can use the LAPD website to encourage that. Now, on the vaccine mandate issue, the facts are the facts. Let's look at them again. Let's hear them. We hear the same facts every week. What do we need to do? What was done in New York City is that Manhattan Judge Lyle Frank dressed down New York City Mayor Eric Adams and ruled that the city must reinstate officers fired, put on leave for refusing vax mandates. How many officers do we still have that are sidelined on unpaid leave or have been suspended or terminated? The number I hear is about 1,900. I don't know if that's true or not. Can we get some facts on that issue? And if they are sidelined, they need to get back in the game. Crime is up, morale is down. This is a move that could switch and flip the situation overnight, but it takes leadership. Leadership from the police commission, what I hear and see is silence. Is that because there are 1.2 billion reasons why you're remaining silent? That's a form of corruption. If you're letting money dictate your decisions instead of science and facts, then that's a problem. And PBA President Pat Lynch, he made this statement: improper infringement on the officer's right to make personal medical decisions in consultation with their own healthcare professionals. They have a right, they have the ability to choose over their own bodies, the officers, whether or not it will have an experimental vaccine or not. Week after week, it's the same thing. We need more police officers in the field doing the work. Commissioners, get out to the roll calls. There's a Police Protective League meeting on Tuesday. You should attend it, hear what they have to say. They support Rick Caruso for mayor. God bless.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mona Sutton. Mona Sutton, you're on. Okay, we'll come back to Mona. Next, we have Matios Cadane.
Hello?
Hi, good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, so there's an audit of the ALPR system on the agenda today. This is a sham. It's a version of the system that's not even in use anymore. And these numbers are clearly meant to minimize the impact that automated license plate readers have. They track information en masse, they record information en masse, and they associate information with individuals apart from the ones that LAPD claims to be targeting. And this all goes into an information sharing environment used to criminalize typically Black and brown communities in the future. Next, I want to talk about the chief's report, this number of shootings nationally that Chief Moore just spewed out. And I actually want to thank Commissioner Decker for asking what the source was, because that wasn't stated during Chief Moore's diatribe. And we also got to hear him hilariously cite www.yourlawyer.com. So thank you for that. And so Chief Moore talked about how LAPD doesn't kill that many people nationally. And toward the end there, he actually listed that LAPD officers are actually in danger. Nationally, he cited all these numbers of officers being harmed, being shot, constantly at the risk of danger. But let's focus in on Los Angeles, on LAPD specifically, and think about how many officers have been harmed or in danger in this city. And if we look at the numbers, if we look at the facts, we see that in the last 20 years, 8 LAPD officers have died in the line of duty. Only 8 officers, and of those 8, 6 were car or motorcycle accidents. The last shooting killing of an LAPD officer was in 2008 during the Bush administration. Meanwhile, we have 10 officers who died of COVID between 20 and 2021. And most of these officers we know are anti-vaxxers, didn't wear masks to begin with, but they're so concerned about their safety, about being shot. So like we said, in 20 years, 2 LAPD officers were shot, but in the last 5 years, just 5 years, LAPD has shot 194 people. And that doesn't include everyone LAPD shot, like Valentino Oriana Peralta wouldn't be included in that number, but 194, that's damn near 100 people for every 1 LAPD officer that was shot. And so this whole sham of the LAPD being unsafe is just that, it's a lie, right? It's just meant to justify their violence. And by their own estimation, LAPD believes about 1/3 of those shootings were people experiencing a mental health crisis. So there's an assessment on the agenda about how LAPD is handling mental health crises. They're just killing these folks. The LAPD shouldn't be involved in that. We need resources for that. And we're going to see increased criminalization of mentally ill people with the rollout of care courts that's coming up on the horizon. We're going to see more assault charges given to people who are experiencing mental health crises. The LAPD is a violent racist force. They need to be abolished. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go back to Mona Sutton.
Hi, good morning, Chief. Good morning, Commissioners. Mona Sutton from the Harbor Area Community Police Advisory Board. I'm the co-chair and community partner. I'm on today to say thank you very much to all the commissioners, all of you for serving. in this very difficult times that we're seeing with increases in crime and violent crime in Los Angeles. I am particularly here to say thank you to Chief Moore for hosting the Latino Forum in the Harbor area in our division. And I'll also like to say thank you very much, Commissioner Calanche, and to you as well, Chief, for listening to the voices in the Harbor area to give us the two senior lead officer promotions that were very long overdue. So thank you for listening to our community. Thank you for paying attention to the Harbor area. And we owe you a debt of gratitude for that. We have wanted these promotions to keep our amazing team that have been built in the senior lead in the Crow office in place, and to keep them interested and not just on the acting status. So it's really huge for our community. And I want to say thank you very much. And we'll look forward to seeing you down in the Harbor area very soon. We love our police. Thank you to all the officers that choose to serve. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Oscar Portillo.
Yes, hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'd like to start with a quote. A good leader tries to help the wrongdoer and deter them from committing crimes. And then if a crime is committed, they stand up and fight for the victim and the survivor if something bad happens. Deputy DA Jonathan Hatami. I want to start by saying I support the police chief, though I believe he can do a better job. I support LAPD, and I do believe in a good, strong police force, because if not, you have all this lawlessness and disorder that's going on in our streets by way of follow home robberies, gun crimes, gang crimes, and street takeovers by a bunch of spoiled teenagers and 25-year-old grown babies who have nothing else better to do than to go take over a street, leaving people who just want to go get home from work, school, or picking up their children from daycare centers stranded for hours. It is time we take back our streets from these spoiled, pathetic criminals by force. Now, when I say by force, I don't mean going in with guns blazing and start shooting or beating people, but for holding them accountable to the full extent of the law. We need to start issuing out more fines and make more arrests. We need strong legislation where people can and will have their cars taken away if they are habitual offenders, or if they commit any outrageous offense like crashing into an innocent bystander, they crash into a house or kill someone. We need to pass legislation that charges someone who kills someone in a street takeover or street racing event with second-degree murder. At the moment, if they kill someone, they are just charged with manslaughter, which carries a sentence of anywhere from 1 to 7 years in prison and/or only probation. But we all know that they don't go to prison. They work out a deal where they just receive probation while the other family gets absolutely no justice. We also need to pass legislation that hold people who organize these street racing and street takeovers on social media accountable. Social media is the main issue. People will post this on social media, then within an hour, they will organize, do their thing, they'll leave by the time police arrive. It is time we bump this up to a zero tolerance policy on street racing, street takeovers, and take back our streets and set the example that enough is enough and we are not going to tolerate this any longer. We need to start impounding cars. We also need to start impounding the cars and issue citations for spectators who encourage this type of behavior. We need to hold people who organize these events on social media accountable. We need higher fines and stiffer penalties. And for more serious offenses, cars need to be taken away and sold at auction and reinvested into our communities or schools. Driver's licenses need to be suspended. And if you kill someone, you will be charged with second-degree murder. Again, we ask that you do the right thing and protect the rights and ensure the safety and security of those people who just want to live their lives in peace and be left alone. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mark Dutton.
Yes, hi, good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, LAPD, for fighting an uphill battle. Number one, I'd just like to briefly address that earlier caller who gave a lot of statistics, including a high incidence of mental health encounters by the LAPD. Whose fault is that? It's not the LAPD. There's a lot of people out there. An LAPD officer is not trained to observe a person on the street and determine at that moment whether or not they have a mental illness. that could escalate an incident. So let's be accurate with our statistics and exactly what they mean. Number two, we all live, or most of us in the valley live in a very high fire hazard zone or near one. Our city is really not communicating the amount of fires that start in our valley caused by homeless encampments. And I don't want to sound anti-homeless, okay? I'm not blaming the homeless. I'm blaming our city for allowing the homeless. Nobody could be out there lighting a campfire, should be out there lighting a campfire that could cause $1 billion in damage and lose and end up killing people. So it's not a crime to be homeless. I get it. But it is a crime to commit crimes, whether you're homeless or housed. We cannot distinguish that. We can't have two sets of laws for two sets of our population. And then finally, deadly force is a traumatic thing for not just an officer, but a victim. And I don't want to compare the trauma between the two. It's a terrible, horrible thing. But to not expect an officer to respond to deadly force with equal force is ridiculous. That endangers the officer and sends a message that it's okay to be walking around with the gun and fire it at officers. It's not okay to fire at civilians. We get upset when that happens. Why do we not get equally upset when our officers are fired at? This is insanity. So thank you, everybody, for your efforts, and have a good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 1264.
Hi, public comment, please.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yes, commissioners and chief, I would just like to tell you, I'm trying to figure out, we've gotten so much neglect from the community policing in the Foothill Division in my neighborhood, and where there's no communication. I tell them about the drug dealing that's going on. They refer it to narcotics enforcement. So I'm trying to understand what is it that the community policing is supposed to do. I don't really understand what their service is. And that is my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Norma Chavez.
Good morning. Public comment, please.
Okay, 1 minute.
Thank you. Yes, I'm always supporting the police department and their lives matter. And losing 8 lives is just too many. Lives are irreplaceable, but they're very valuable from the side of the police because they're enforcing the law and they're protecting the community. From the other side, it's very sad that the people are dying, but I don't understand why they keep putting themselves in the position to get into trouble. I really want to encourage, I know they're already doing the best that they can to hire more force, more officers, but we're in a desperate need in the valley because we have a huge narcotics issue. We're calling our department to make complaints and reports, and it's just very depressing to receive sort of like a laugh.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Gina Viola.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, public comment, and 4C, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So the chief's report, the way that you just report officer-involved shootings makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Just under this, just under that. Your intonation is to make a point that the number is insignificant. Your entire report on this is to make the point that these numbers are insignificant. 1 is too many. These are people's loved ones. These are community members stolen by state violence, and you act and report as though it's a minor blip on the radar of policing. Your entire report just proves the point that you do not value the human lives that your officers take, not at all. They are statistics to you, and that makes you a monster. The ideal number is 0, and one that you could attain if policing's primary purpose wasn't to oppress entire communities. Over-policed communities are under-resourced. As resources are removed, policing is added. And here we are. And you get to convince the public at large, folks not living in these police state zones, that you are needed. Give the communities back the resources they truly do need to be safe and healthy. Stop hoarding the city's budget and flaunting your funding by having countless officers stand around and bringing out all your new fancy vehicles and the like. Bonner, you went on and on and on about whether somebody's being found in policy, out of policy. Truth is, nothing happens beyond that. It's all just theater. Truth is, LAPD will not stop shooting our community members. They will not stop killing our community members because it is their jobs to do just that, just like it is your job to make that look okay. Stop calling them officer-involved shootings. You know it tricks the public into thinking an officer has been shot, but you know that. Again, it's all by design. Commissioner Briggs, if you want to bring robbery numbers down, give communities back their dollars to be healthy. Resource communities are safe communities. Folks whose needs are met don't need to steal. Every time you pass along an LAPD budget, you are complicit in making sure that communities will not get what they need to be safe. This is what we mean when we say defund the police. So these stipends, these shameful stipends, are folks being forced to live in the city of Los Angeles? Because we already know that more than 90% of your department does not. If any of you gave any hoots about the civilian's voice in policing, you would resume in-person meetings in the evening in the community. City Council is meeting right now. Board of Supervisors are meeting right now. But you know this and you don't care. You know this because folks have been asking to change the time and place of these meetings for years now. Is it now in the job description for your civilian workforce to make comment during these meetings? Who is giving them all of these quotes? You are truly doing your part to make sure the theater is alive and well. Problem is, this is not entertaining at all. Enraging is what it is.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Christian.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
17 out of 19 new COVID cases are those who are fully vaccinated. We need to stop with the charade. Please grant amnesty to the officers you fired unjustly. Why is COVID always at the top of your meeting? President Biden said the pandemic is over. Kids are not dying from COVID, but they are dying from fentanyl. This should be at the top of your meeting. What is the Board of Police Commissioners doing about this ever increasing attack on our children? Who are you arresting? Are they being convicted? Are they getting harsh sentences? Going on to officer-involved shootings. Obviously, cops shouldn't abuse their power and shoot people unjustified, but let's be careful not to view peace officers as the criminals. But remember, the criminals are the criminals. It's not a contest with other cities. It comes down to the level of crime in each of these cities, and if these criminals have weapons and putting lives at risk, including bike locks, bludgeoning someone to death, civilians and officers have a right to go home to their families. Monica Rodriguez's proposal and motion for a hiring bonus is actually laughable since she voted to defund LAPD. She should first offer a public apology, an apology for putting LA's safety in jeopardy, especially when she is the chair of the Public Safety Committee. I'm in favor of a hiring bonus. We need more officers, obviously, but these politicians are sickening to the public and the morale of our police officers. And these hypocritical politicians put us in this mess in the first place. They have no backbone to do what is right without giving in to pressure from radical anarchists. Chief Moore, you still need to be held accountable for playing politics and granting obstruction of justice Monica Rodriguez's request to move Slow Contreras. Please give us an answer or response to this. LAPD should be independent and not seen as a puppet being manipulated by a puppeteer, that being a single council member of LA City Council. It's scary knowing that one person has that much power over you, affecting thousands and thousands of people. Board of Police Commissioners, please do all you can to make our city safer. Don't give into political correctness, woke agendas, or secondary issues. Focus on the first and main thing, public safety. Give officers whatever resources they need so we are not sitting ducks. Support these officers and thank them instead of ridiculing them. And I agree, you need to bring back pretextual stops. Let's be smart and not woke. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Can I speak on all items, please?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for the time and the platform you give us to express our voices. Chief, thank you for your report every week. And I agree with a few comments. Please, we urge you, we beg you, we compel you to bring back the officers that were let go in regards to their vaccination status. It's not a requirement anywhere else now. It's being dropped, whether it's in schools or any other facilities. It's ridiculous we're on such a shortage of officers. And now that the COVID ban has been lifted, that the officers are not back yet. Please give us an update on that. It's just unjust in every way imaginable. I also want to thank our officers. I want to thank the officers this day and age for really, really having their work cut out for them. Every officer and every community member deserves to live a safe life, deserves to go back home to their families. And like I said once before, it's insulting when officers are encountered with a situation and their first response is, well, was a mental health crisis person called? Yes, if they had time, obviously they would call them. The poor probation officer in Lancaster that was murdered in her own house by a person with mental illness. She didn't have time to call anybody. Didn't even have time to, barely make it in the front door of her house. So that's the kind of world we're living in. That's the kind of city we're living in. And with the homeless crisis and the mental health crisis, our officers, again, they are not murderers. They keep us safe. We do live in the city. We are not calling from the outskirts of the city or living in big fancy neighborhoods. That has nothing to do with anything. Crime is crime. Crime is running rampant out here, whether it's in Hollywood, whether it's in Los Angeles. And we can't even enjoy the nights out in Hollywood anymore or downtown LA without being threatened, without being harassed. And these individuals, these vile, violent individuals need to be held accountable. Stop blaming the police officers. They are doing their jobs. We need to blame our city officials, our city council, this district attorney that has a no bail policy. He should obviously be ashamed of himself, but he's not. He's caused many innocent community members their lives. He's cost police officers their lives, and this has to stop. And we support our police officers and we hold them in high regard. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Karen Purdue.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'd like to start off by thanking all of the good officers who are boots on the ground protecting our communities. I would invite all sergeants, chiefs, commanders to do ride-alongs with the boots on the ground officers so they can stay in touch with what is actually going on the street, and a little bit of street work would go a long way instead of pushing paperwork around. And also, I think it would be a great thing if all of you, the Board of Police Commissioners, would do the same. The council person Chief Moore speaks of is no other than Monica Rodriguez. It's laughable she is the chair of public safety. She and Nuri Martinez are responsible for the out of control anti-police rhetoric. All communities have suffered greatly because of it. Where is the investigation of Rodriguez giving the heads up to the subject person of a search warrant, a weed supplier who contributed very heavily to her campaign? Many mistakes were made during the COVID time. Now is the time to correct those mistakes. Please give much thought to natural immunity. The jabs don't work at best, and it's a stretch that you won't get as sick. Also, our so-called leaders have failed us miserably. There are many unmet needs in the community, as other callers have mentioned, but there is more than enough money to go around. We don't need to keep looking in rating or defunding the police further. That failure lies at the feet of council members and school boards, et cetera, et cetera. I look forward to the department's presentation for individuals experiencing a mental health crisis. The largest portion of people on the streets are drug addicts. I like to know, where are the rehabs that were promised? They're not fully funded. It's hard to get a diversion when the resources don't exist. And mental health resources is next to impossible to obtain. Talk to your reps. There is other funding available, but they are derelict in their duty. P.S. The jabs don't work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Chris Sullivan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Sullivan. I'm the general manager of Perla on Broadway off of 4th and Broadway. We currently have been having several issues in the last couple months in our alleyway in the back, as well as a little bit of downtown. Historic Corps does a great job about riding around and trying to help clean up. But especially in our alleys, we're having issues as the Historic Corps does not patrol the alleys as per their charter. I'd like to request to see if we can get a little bit more consistent assistance from our command community, the downtown LAPD, in patrolling the back area. In the last 2 weeks, we've evicted about 7 different drug users in the back. We've had a bullet hole in one of my windows, as well as a fire that was just recently lit in a dumpster in the back yesterday. Any support would be appreciated from the police commissioners in getting a little bit more support down here for us. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Amber.
Good morning. I would like to make a public comment.
Okay, 1 minute.
I would like to thank Commander Lou Kalanje for coming out and supporting our first ever Wilmington, a community united town hall. She came and took her time, and we appreciate that. It was our first go, and she came, she showed up. It was really wonderful. I'd also like to thank the Chief of Police for posting our senior lead officer and our senior lead officer supervisor positions for LAPD Harbor Division. They serve very dedicatedly and hard working for all of our community. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Elisa Avalos.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to speak. I had to call 911. A gentleman was choking a woman right now. I would like to start off by saying that it would be great if the officers, I heard that when they're involved in a shooting, they go back to work in 14 days. But I would like to hear also that they get mental health, because when I see something that scares me or shocks me, I call my therapist. And I would like for them to get some kind of mental health or be able to speak to someone. And I know that sometimes there's machistas and they don't need it, but I would like for it to be forced. My second thing is, I would love to hear that the commissioners and the chief go on ride-alongs, not with the captains or the supervisors, but with police officers. It breaks my heart sometimes to see that some officers, their uniforms are so thin because they don't have enough money to repurchase another uniform. My other thing is that there was supposed to be a community meeting with the chief on the 20th or the 21st here in the Angel Gardens, where there was 2 drive-by shootings and someone died across the street from the fire station to the Angel Gardens, and it was canceled. And my son is sick right now. I had to get a babysitter to be able to attend this meeting to find out that same day that it was canceled because Monica Rodriguez is boasting around telling people that she has power over the chief, and she canceled that meeting because she didn't have time. That's not right. We need to have a meeting with the chief, and it would be great for the commissioners to also be there. And I agree with what other callers are saying about asking Monica Rodriguez. The reason why I keep bringing her up, because she's the chair of the safety committee. And if she already wanted to defund the police officers, what makes us think that she's gonna help them? And I wish their union would fight for them, because it's not okay how she removed Caesar when there was never a complaint about him. And now I feel like, and I'm sorry, Chief, to say this, but I feel like you're backless when it comes to her. You're spineless. All we need for her to say, you need to get rid of Captain, Jimmy Smith. He's really good. And, Sergeant Salazar from the Angel Garden, that's not right. They do their work. They're here for the community. You guys got hired to serve the community, not politicians. And that is not okay. And I wish that also you guys would show up to CPAD meetings to listen to what the community has to say. And please be safe, and thank you. And thank you for everything that you guys do. Please, more communication.
And Madam Secretary, that's the last caller. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to go to item 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Are there any commissioners that would like to question any of the items? Seeing none, I move that we approve all items under the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. At this time, we're going to go to item 4A on the agenda. The presentation by Loyola Marymount with respect to their most recent study. Good morning, Chief Tangrides.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you very much for having me this morning. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Great. I'm logging in from an airport and I want to make sure our communication and connection is good. So I wanted to take a moment to introduce Brianne Gilbert of Loyola Marymount. CSP, the Community Safety Partnership Bureau, had the pleasure of working with Loyola Marymount and the managing director, Brianne Gilbert, and providing our perspective and input as it relates to police community relations, as well as potential topics of discussion for the identified focus groups and community groups that LMU was working with. LMU conducted these focus groups and these surveys in the month of March through June of 2022. It was a citywide survey with a focus on community relations. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Brianne Gilbert from LMU to discuss the results of those community sentiment surveys.
Good morning, Ms. Gilbert. Also, good morning, Mr. Guerra. Welcome.
Hello there. Thank you very much. If it's possible that we can go ahead and share our screen. I see that it's disabled at the moment. And then we can go ahead and get started with that. But just to give a little bit of background, thank you so much, Chief Tangrides. This has been a wonderful example of being able to partner with Los Angeles and with the LAPD so that we can conduct survey and conduct research to hopefully better help the community as well. So, all right, I can see that I'm now able to share. I'll go ahead and pull this up here. And thank you very much. We'll go ahead and jump right into the methodology. Fernando and I are both happy to take questions either while we're talking or at the end of the presentation, if that's easier. So just to give a little bit of background about this survey, this is part 2 of a 3-part study where we're looking at police and community relations throughout Los Angeles. And as Chief Tambrides mentioned earlier, we started with a series of focus groups. So the directive when we first talked with LAPD is find out what the community wants LAPD to know. The LAPD senior leadership made it very clear they were not going to be giving feedback into any of the questions that was part of our agreement in doing the study, that they would not be telling us what we were supposed to be asking, and in fact would not know any of the questions until we were ready to release the results. So we really value that autonomy and that independence. So we started with a series of focus groups, finding out from community members what questions we should be asking again that we had asked on our 2020 survey, and then which new questions we should be asking for this year. In total, we surveyed just over 1,750 adults in the city of Los Angeles, and we made sure that we had at least 400 residents from each of the 4 bureaus. Worth noting, these are residents, not necessarily voters. We want to make sure we make that distinction as well. Anyone who's an adult is eligible to participate if they live in the city. We conducted this survey. We try to follow best practices. So we're conducting it over phone, both online, both landline and cell phone, online, and then as well as in-person face-to-face surveys. And then we conduct the survey in 4 different languages: English, Spanish, Mandarin, and Korean. The very first question that we ask on this survey, as well as most of our surveys that we conduct, is how do you think things are going in the city of Los Angeles? Are they headed in the right direction and in the wrong direction? As you'll see through a number of questions that we ask, oftentimes we're asking residents to choose a side. We know that they're not necessarily likely to wholeheartedly agree one way or the other, but that there is kind of this gut reaction that they're able to choose one side or the other. So 54% said that they thought the city of Los Angeles was going in the right direction, 46% in the wrong direction. And we saw there was some differences by racial and ethnic groups. We saw that individuals who identify as Black or white were more likely to say that things were headed in the right direction. Individuals who identified as either Asian or Latino were more likely to be kind of split half and half between right direction and wrong direction. And here we have on the next slide, looking at the data by the years we've asked this question. We started asking this question on an annual basis back in 2014 for our annual LA Public Opinion Survey. And so that's the data that you see tracking in the month of January. That's when we conduct our survey. And then in October of 2020, that was our first police and community relations survey. We saw a notable drop since the previous time we had asked that survey question. We all know that has a lot to do with what was happening that year, COVID. And we see those numbers stayed fairly consistent from October through earlier this year when we conducted our last annual public opinion survey. And then we are seeing an uptick this summer, which we do. We certainly can, although we can't say causality, we do believe there's a strong correlation with how things are going with COVID as we see the numbers for COVID starting to fall finally. So here we have our next question, or more substantive question of how would you describe your experiences with LAPD officers? And for all of the questions for which we have data from our first iteration of the survey to the second, we have both sets of numbers up here on the screen. So we can see that the percentage of those who say that they've had mostly positive experiences has fallen a bit from 47 to 41%, but our numbers of those who say that they are having mostly negative have have increased. Positive has dropped a bit from 47 to 41. Mostly negative has increased slightly from 20 to 22. And then the I don't know. So people who say they really haven't had any experiences and don't have either a positive or negative experience, those have slightly increased as well. When we looked at the different demographic groups, we saw that overall, all of our groups either had the plurality in mostly positive or with the don't know respondents. We also saw that individuals living in either the West or the Central Bureau were a bit more likely to say that they had positive experiences than in the South or in the South or Valley Bureau. Also want to point out that the positives usually outweigh the negatives, often by a 1.5 to a ratio of 2 margin for here. On the next slide, we want to focus in on kind of an overall look about overall performance with the LAPD. Just around 2/3 of our respondents said that they were satisfied, either very or somewhat satisfied, and the remaining 1/3 say that they are not satisfied. Overall, we see a lot of consistency among different racial and ethnic groups, as well as other demographic groups, such as household income, education, and then where individuals are located throughout the different bureaus. For some of these groups, one of the things we wanted to point out, the groups that are more likely to have the highest overall satisfaction level are those who have higher incomes, which is not surprising. As I said, a lot of consistency overall, but individuals who make a little bit more money or who have a little bit more education are a little bit more likely to say that they're satisfied than some of the other groups as well. Here in our next question, we delve into how would you like the city of LA to address different types of emergency calls? This is a question that we wanted to repeat after our 2020 survey. Respondents from the focus groups said overwhelmingly that we needed to keep this survey question on, and we'll highlight the results for 2020 as well. So we can see that the goal of having teams of LAPD officers as well as non-police alternatives has increased over time. We see in each of the categories: mental health crises, sexual assault, domestic violence, substance abuse, homelessness, and neighbor disputes. There's an even higher percentage of Angelino residents who think that there should be teams addressing these issues. Overall, we see that there is a bit of a prevalence that younger generations are more likely to say that they want to see the teams compared to some of the older residents, although across the board, all the different demographic groups are very supportive. We also see a bit more of an emphasis on teams with individuals who are Black or white compared to individuals who identify as Latina or Latino or Asian. Our next question, we wanted to look at the concept of trust. This is something that we've been asking for a number of years on our LA Public Opinion Survey, and wanted to kind of dig into different aspects of policing with our residents for this survey. So you can see the numbers are pretty consistent from last time we conducted the survey to this time. Neighbors, same as with our other surveys that we conduct, are usually at the very top, having the highest levels of trust. And media is at the bottom in most of our surveys as well. LAPD, there was an upswing in the perceptions of trust, going from 51% to 58%. Local police officers stayed pretty consistent from 57, 58%. And that we see that non-police alternatives are also higher than what we see for LAPD, and that police unions are lower. We see these trends in the different years that we're conducting the survey. And then actually, let me go back to that real quick. Just looking at different groups, we see that no demographic group was less than 50%, saying that they think they can trust the LAPD. either just about always or most of the time. But we do see certain demographics that had a bit more trust. Individuals who identify as homeowners have higher levels of trust. Individuals who are members of unions are more likely to trust the LAPD or their local police officers. As well, individuals who are older are more likely to trust LAPD as well. Here in our next question, we wanted to drill down a bit more specifically, not just thinking about Los Angeles in general, but in the area around where you live. How is the LAPD doing in each of the following? The numbers of the good or very good comments have increased since the last time we conducted this survey. So we see a bit more positivity in the way people are, in the way they are feeling about public safety, treating their community with respect, responding with an appropriate number of officers, listening to the needs of their community, and even a slight, very slight increase in responding to mental health crises. For this question, just want to note that we're asking how they would give a rating. Is it very good, somewhat bad, or very bad? And we also ask whether or not they even have a perception. We offer a don't know option as well. So it's a lot of consistency with the racial and ethnic and other demographic groups, and no major overall patterns with the demographics or the geographic categories for that particular question. The next question we want to focus on is kind of these binary views about how people feel the LAPD is doing in either serving or protecting their neighborhood, serving or protecting people like them, or whether or not the LAPD sees them as a threat. This was obviously, as you can see, we have the results from 2020. This is a topic that came up in the focus groups several times in our first round of focus groups. And then again, as we did the focus groups leading into this survey as well, respondents felt that this was something that we really needed to make sure we were checking and kind of getting the pulse of how Angelenos felt about these topics. Again, we know that, maybe neither of these statements is how individuals feel, but if they had to pick one direction or another, how would they feel? In our first two questions about protecting and serving the neighborhood and people like them, one of the things we wanted to check and see is how the breakdowns look for racial and ethnic groups. And we saw, again, a lot of consistency. We also saw in terms of protecting and serving people like me, there was also a lot of consistency in terms of gender as well. Sometimes we'll see differences in the data of how men and women perceive LAPD protection. This year there was a statistical tie for those areas. We did see for the LAPD the question of whether or not people think that LAPD perceives them as a threat. Individuals who were in the South Bureau, 22% said that LAPD does perceive them as a threat. So that was one of the notable findings. So looking specifically at the South Bureau compared to someplace such as the Valley Bureau, where only 11% said that they think that LAPD perceives them as a threat. We also saw in 2022 findings from individuals who identify as LGBTQ, 26% said that the LAPD perceives them as a threat as well. Let's go on to the next slide. Looking to see whether or not people agree or disagree. Drilling down a bit more now, we're looking at LAPD officers. A lot of consistency from last time we conducted the survey to this time. The majority of individuals think that LAPD officers stop people without good reason. And then residents are a bit more split on something such as officers only using necessary force. So that has increased slightly, but is still within the margin of error, 55 versus 52%. And a bit more residents, but still a statistical tie, no change from last time to this time, thinking that officers, police officers are held accountable. And then most notably, we see that a majority of residents do not agree, or in other words, they disagree that police officers treat all racial and ethnic groups equally. Only 43% this year agreeing that that's something that LAPD officers do. Looking at results by different demographics, individuals who own their home or have children are more likely to see LAPD officers in a positive light. Same thing with individuals in the Valley Bureau or the Central Bureau have a bit more positive ratings for LAPD officers. Individuals who live in the West Bureau or the South Bureau are more likely to have a slightly negative view. For this next question, we wanted to get at whether or not people feel that when they see LAPD officers in their neighborhood, it makes them feel safe or unsafe. And this was a topic that came up multiple times in the focus group, that just because LAPD officers are present, that doesn't mean that everyone feels better if that's the case. So we wanted to specifically ask a question about this topic. And we saw that 3/4 of the residents said that they feel safe when they see LAPD officers in their neighborhood. But worth pointing out, while 1/4 of respondents say that they feel very safe, exactly half of the respondents said they feel somewhat safe. So there is kind of that questionable feeling, even though it's more somewhat safe than somewhat unsafe, something to consider. We see that individuals who identify as in the older generations are more likely to say that that they feel safer when they see LAPD officers in their area. We saw results were consistent across different racial and ethnic groups for this particular question. Alrighty. Here in the next slide, we asked about the LAPD racial profiling of Black Angelenos by LAPD, and wanting to know if people felt that that Black Angelenos were profiled at a higher rate than other groups. So we see here on this slide that 2/3 of respondents say that yes, they do think that LAPD racially profiles Black Angelenos higher than other groups. And we also wanted to showcase what the results are on the slide, looking at their responses by racial and ethnic groups. So Black respondents were the most likely to say that Black Angelenos were racially profiled at 73%, and then that those results drop into the high to mid 60s for Asian, white, and Latina and Latino respondents. Individuals who live in the South Bureau were also more likely to think that the LAPD racially profiles Black Angelenos at a higher rate. We see that the numbers go down as individuals are older. So the younger generation is more likely, and that's the 18 to 29-year-old category, our youngest of the age groups that we survey. They're more likely to think that this profiling is happening at a higher rate, as opposed to individuals who are older, who are less likely to think that this is happening. It's also want to point out that it's higher perceptions for individuals who identify as liberal are higher than individuals who identify as moderate political ideology, and both of those are higher percentages than those who identify as conservative. The next question we asked in the PowerPoint, and then also something I should have pointed out, the questions as they're listed here in the PowerPoint are the same as they're asked on the survey. So for transparency purposes, we wanted to report the same way that, that residents heard these questions. So in the last year, how often have you seen LAPD officers in your neighborhood? And we see that the plurality say that it was either weekly or a few times in the last year. And then we also kind of wanted to dig into whether or not people have seen the same officers more than once. This was a topic, again, as were all of the questions on our on the survey that came up in the focus groups. And several people brought up, like, okay, just because you see somebody more than once, are people seeing the same officers? Kind of getting to that sense of, is there a rapport, either positive or negative, with seeing more officers more than once. So is it somebody that they can recognize? Maybe they don't know their name, but they know that they've seen them more than once. So we see that homeowners were more likely to say that they see the same officers more than once, as were people who are employed versus non-employed, and as well as individuals who have children. Across the board, we see that there's lots of consistency amongst a lot of other demographic groups, including racial and ethnic distinctions. Here on the next slide, if you could choose, would you prefer to see more or fewer LAPD officers patrolling your neighborhood? 3/4 of the respondents said they would prefer to see more more officers patrolling their neighborhoods. We wanted to look at this number by different bureaus. We saw there was a lot of consistency. Their responses ranged from 74% to 76%. So across the board, all the bureaus would like to see more officers patrolling their neighborhoods. And across racial and ethnic groups, we also saw a lot of consistency, ranging from 74 to 78%, wanting to see more officers in their neighborhoods. We saw that the percent increases with age, similar to some of the other trends that we saw throughout the survey. Individuals who are older prefer to see more officers patrolling their neighborhood, which goes along with the question that we asked about safety as well. In one of our, the lowest preferences for seeing more is individuals who identify as LGBTQ. Only 65% said that they would like to see more officers in their neighborhoods. The next question, a topic that was in the focus group, was about comparing LAPD to other police departments in the nation when it comes to implementing police reform. So by and large, 2/3 of the respondents, so a majority, say that LAPD is doing about the same. A little less than 20% thinking that LAPD is doing a better job at implementing police reform, and just shy of 15% thinking that they do a worse job compared to other departments in the nation. For the next question, we wanted to drill down into the topic of homelessness, as well as the encampments, where individuals who are experiencing homelessness may reside. And kind of what role should the LAPD be taking? Should they be leading? Should they be supporting if necessary, or should they not be involved at all? And by and large, individuals think that LAPD should be supporting if necessary for all three of these different areas. When people are, when they're dealing with people who are having a mental health crisis while experiencing homelessness, in cleaning up the encampments, or in terms of policing. We see that it's always the plurality, if not the majority, who say that they should be supporting. And this was a theme that we heard about during the focus groups, both times before the 2020 survey and then before this survey, and really felt that it was necessary that we be able to form some kind of question around this. The last slide, as well as this slide here, about LAPD personnel, whether or not they're adequately trained to respond to people experiencing homelessness. So just over half, 56%, say no, they do not think LAPD personnel are adequately trained, whereas 44% say yes, they are. We see that looking at distinctions by race and ethnicity, Asian respondents are the most likely to think that the LAPD personnel are adequately trained at 50%. And then the number drops slightly for Latinos and Latinos at 47%. And then there's a more notable drop with only 39% of white respondents thinking LAPD are adequately trained, and only 31% of Black respondents thinking LAPD personnel are adequately trained to responding to people experiencing homelessness. Our next question that we asked in 2020, as well as here in 2022, was about 3 different proposals that were being considered or discussed within different groups in the city and nationwide as well. And they were questions about proposals to redirect money from the LAPD budget, proposals to defund the police, or proposals to dismantle the police. So all of our respondents were asked about all three proposals, and then we randomized the order of that they would get those three proposals. And then we were asking if they support or oppose. So we can see here on the screen that the support for all three of these proposals has dropped from 2020 to 22. We see that as we kind of look at the breakdown, we saw that the percentage for strongly support kind of fell into that somewhat support this year. The somewhat support from last time kind of fell into the somewhat opposed, and then somewhat opposed falling into the strongly opposed. We see that individuals who are younger are more likely to support the proposals than those who are older. Individuals who have children are a bit more likely to support the proposals than those who are younger. Overall, for all the proposals, individuals who live in the South Bureau are the most likely of the bureaus to be supportive of the proposals, whereas individuals who are in the Valley Bureau are the least likely to be supportive of the proposals. For racial and ethnic distinctions, individuals who are Black are the most likely to support the proposals, followed by Latino and then Latina and Latino respondents, and then white respondents, with Asian respondents being the least likely. With the small exception of redirecting funds, there is more support among the Asian community. Here then, wanting to look at the topic of kind of the concept of redirecting funds, but rewording the question a bit slightly to see if we asked about reallocating parts of the LAPD's budget to social workers, mental health care, or to other social services, whether or not people would support or oppose. So here we see on the screen 70% said that they would support the reallocation of part of LAPD's budget to these other areas, with only 30% saying they would oppose. Across all different demographic groups as well as geographic groups, we saw that support is at least 50%. With some notable differences amongst racial and ethnic categories, Black respondents were the most likely to say that they supported at 75%, white and Latino respondents right around that middle mark of 70%, and then Asian respondents at 64% saying they would support. And then the last question that we asked was looking at levels of crime as well as levels of police protection in your in individuals' own communities. We see that the majority of people think that both have stayed the same, but there is a notable portion, just over a third of respondents said that crime levels, they believe that those have gone up in their community, whereas just over 20% say that police protection in their community has decreased. So those that comes to the end of our presentation. I can go ahead and stop sharing. And then if there's any questions by the commissioners, we're happy to answer. And then also just to let anybody listening to the presentation know, tomorrow at 11 o'clock, Study LA will be hosting a webinar where we review these results, and it's open to the public. And if there are any questions from the community, we would welcome you to join us for that webinar, and you're welcome to ask your questions there. And there's more information on our website at lmu.edu/studyla. So happy to open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. This is quite a comprehensive report. It's a mixed bag. I'm pleased to see that the trust in the LAPD has risen at least by 7% over this time period. That means, to me at least, I can read that information to mean that the reforms that this commission has put in place and that the department has adopted appear to be working and are causing that trust level to rise, which I believe to be a very good thing. There, obviously are some issues that have been identified in the report, but I am glad to see where The majority of the respondents are saying, no, do not defund the police. I think that is a very strong takeaway, given the numbers that you have presented today. There are innumerable questions I have, but before I start asking additional questions, I'm going to open it up to some of my fellow commissioners and ask that Commissioner Soboroff, you go forward. I see you that your mic is open. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks. Thanks to both of you from LAU, Fernando, Brianne, and the Levy Center for doing this. How do you define defund the police? How did you define it in the question?
We don't define it. We allow people to define it for themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't say this is a definition of it. What does it mean to you?
Okay, so that is not because to me, and I think to the general world now, defund the police has turned into an abolish situation, take away all the funds from the police versus your other question, which is additional social services. And I think you really need to stress the fact that your definition of defund the police is not abolish the police, because I think that the general that hand has been overplayed to not partial defund, but defund means total defund. And if you were to say, if in the question you did define what you mean by defund the police, that would be a very disturbing number to me. The fact that you didn't, it isn't. The other one is, the other question is on, I think it was the last slide, when you talked about other services. How did you define that? Or did you just leave it the way the words were?
So for all of the questions, the wording that we had on the slide is the exact wording that we, as the respondents saw it.
Okay.
So for that one, we specifically focused on social workers, mental health care, and then other social services. We didn't go beyond that.
Okay. It is included within that, within the department. In other words, using department resources to build up those services that are provided within the department, which are 24/7, 7 days a week, versus going outside, which may be Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Again, not quite to the extent as the other one, but was the perception that included reallocating resources within the department to beef up those areas or not?
So for that one, we did not specify whether or not it was reallocating within the department. We just said that it was reallocating part of the budget and kept it a bit vague.
I think those are two really important points as this goes public to keep from misperceptions.
No, that's absolutely correct. And I was just going to also add, we will be doing this survey. The contract is for a third survey as well.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to being able to, once we have, now that we have some of this baseline data, then be able to dig into to next year's survey and be able to drill down into some of
I thought your questions were great. I thought the answers were raw and honest. And but those two got me because there is a very, with your credibility, there is a very easy way to misinterpret those results based on the question, in my non-scientific opinion.
Yes, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you very much. I have 4 questions, and I'd like to just put them out. They're not necessarily related, but I just ask the 4 questions, and then you can respond accordingly. The first question is about the 1,755 respondents. The question just is, how did you find them? That's the one question. 2 is, I think one of the earlier findings was about their reporting on their experiences with the LAPD, and the question is, what kinds of experiences were they talking about? You know, were they just waving hi on the street, or were they people involved in some sort of incident? Third question is about the, I think throughout what I saw throughout the survey, there was, I think it was all comparisons from 2020 to 2020. And in a lot of the crime analysis or discussion of crime statistics, there's a lot of reflection going back to 2019 on grounds that 2020 was somewhat of an anomalous year, you know, both with the impact of COVID, the protests and so on and so forth. And so there's that effort. And so I want to comment really as to why that same dynamic, you know, may not be accounted for here in terms of 2020 being somewhat of an anomalous year. And then finally, the question about the willingness to divert funds or defund the police. I think I'm pretty sure of this question, but the question is whether, in asking that question, are you asking whether the people feel the same way, even if that diversion of funds leaves all those other social services wholly inadequately funded? You know, there's a perception that you fix those problems by taking money away from the police and sending it to other services, when people their view may or may not be the same if they just understand that that even doing so, you know, leaves a lot of services unfunded. So those are the 4 questions, and any thought you have on any of them would be appreciated.
Yeah. I'll let Professor Gilbert answer the first 2, and I'll take the last 2.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. So in terms of the first question about the 1,755 respondents, we really do our best to try to follow best practices, in that we are starting off, we have a random digit dial, so that we're able to kind of attempt to survey as broad of a population within the city of Los Angeles as possible. So we kind of start there and then kind of see what we get in terms of our respondents, and then we drill down to do something that we purchase listed samples from organizations that are kind of at the top of their game within the national community. And that helps us make sure that we're not just surveying individuals who have lived in Los Angeles and may have a cell phone number that has been in existence for, you know, decades and decades, but that we're able to find white, Black, Latino, and Asian respondents, make sure we're having a diverse group of ages, diversity throughout the region as well. So those listed samples really kind of help us make sure that we're having a representative sample. And then we also work with an organization who has their own proprietary online panel of individuals who are willing to complete surveys, so that we're capturing yet another group of Angelinos. And then finally, when those are all coming to a close, we make sure that we fill in any of the gaps in terms of representation by doing face-to-face surveys. This was something that we started implementing in 2020 as other groups of organizations were kind of pulling back from doing anything in face-to-face just because of COVID. We really knew that this was the only way we were going to be able to reach certain individuals who were not otherwise reachable by phone or through the internet. So we started adding this face-to-face component as well.
Let me just add, there's 4 million people in the city of LA, 3.1 million of them are adults. We were only surveying adults, not children. Of the 3.1 million, with the methodology that we used, 98% of that 3.1 million had a random chance of being selected for the survey.
Okay. So does that cover your question in terms of
Yep, thank you.
Okay, sounds good. And then the next question in terms of the experiences that people have had. We brainstormed a lot of different ways of asking the survey question, and from the focus groups, the findings were such that we should just keep it very broad and very basic when it's asking about positive or negative experiences, because whether it's just saying hi to a police officer on the street and that was positive, or whether it was, somebody came to their home to investigate something that had happened. Either way, people are thinking, considering that their experiences were positive. So we decided not to put labels or specific definitions on kind of how positive was positive, or what defines a positive or negative experience, but to keep it general for however the individuals would choose to interpret the question. Fernando?
Yeah, and then your third question was contextualizing 2020 compared to 22. I've been doing public opinion. I've been at Loyola Marymount University for over 38 years, been doing public opinion for longer than that. At the University of Michigan, the consumer sentiment survey, that when I was young, it was already 30 years old. So they've been doing that for 70 years. This is all to say that I have a lot of experience with that. And I could tell you generally that if I only knew the answer to the very first question on the survey, the direction of the city, that I would have been able to tell you that the results were going to be a little bit better for all institutions in the city. And so what we saw in the survey was that people feel that the city's going in a better direction than it was in 2020. By definition, then, they think the institutions of the city, including LAPD, are doing better. A lot of the perception of LAPD oftentimes is dependent, not just what LAPD is doing itself or the city is doing itself, but the broader environmental the milieu, the environment of where this is happening. This is not to say that LAPD is not responsible and should be doing reform, et cetera. This is just to say that there's a lot of drivers to the perceptions that people have about LAPD and other institutions. And clearly COVID and the protest of 20 really structured the results that we got in 2020. And that's why it's great to have a third survey that we're going to be doing. Because if you only had this 22 survey, not the 2020, you would actually be looking at this 22 survey that we're presenting to you in a little bit more concerning light about LAPD. And you should feel a little bit better because 2022 is better than 2020. But if you only had 22, you'd be much more concerned than you are right now. And so that's how I would contextualize this. Remember, this is just one bit of data. You should not, you should be data informed, and you have hundreds of other pieces of data, including this, but you should be, value driven in terms of your decision making. This is just one bit that we would offer. On the diverting funds, we're not asking people to be experts. We're not asking people how to implement things. We're not asking people, what do you really mean by defund? Do you recognize that there are negative consequences to that? We're asking people their gut reaction when they hear these terms, for you to understand that, for you to understand how difficult it is for implementation, et cetera. We are not experts, the broader community of residents in the city of LA. You are the experts. You are the commissioners. You understand all this. Hey, this is how we're feeling right now about this. You need to take that into consideration in terms of your decision. I'm not going to tell you what I mean when I say I want to defund the police, but that's how I feel. You need to interpret that in terms of your decision making. That's what my advice is to you and how I would interpret the diverting of funds. I have no idea what the implication is going to be, and I have no idea that the county is really supposed to be doing most of these social services. I just know that sounds good to me. That's what I want our general government, meaning LAPD, city and county, and even the state, to do.
All right, thank you very much. Don't have much feedback other than the one point or suggestion I would make is, if it's possible and you're doing your third one, the comparison to 20 and 22 to me is I wouldn't say meaningless, but it's not as helpful as I might otherwise, just because the world was so different in 2020. So to compare anything to 2020, I don't know, it tells me very much. So I just suggest if there is some way to look at a broader trend, some elements of what I referred to are reported on the 4-year average, the 10-year look, what have you. It'd be more interesting to see how those trend lines move over time than compared to just such an anomalous year. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hey, I totally agree with that. I wish we had a time series of data, and I think what you're saying is that you want us to continue to do this for 20 years. We're on board.
Don't put words in my mouth, but so there ought to be some ongoing
Thank
look.
you, Commissioner Decker. I'm honored for committing us to 20 years of service here. Commissioner Decker.
That's exactly what I took from Commissioner Bonner's comment too. So I do want to thank both of you from LMU, your whole team, for your work, both in the past, this year, and of course for the next survey. This is very important and very meaningful. And I think obviously we all have to digest this a bit to decide how it impacts the work we do. But I do want to, rather than asking you a question, I wanted to bring the chief into the conversation, if you don't mind, and just ask him for, Chief Moore, if you wouldn't mind, your take on the survey, what you're seeing. You know, I took away some of what Commissioner Briggs had referenced early, but I know you've had even more time to review this, and I wonder what your big takeaways are and how you believe it may influence some of the decisions you'll be making shortly.
Thank you, Commissioner Vice President Decker. Let me first say, extend as Chief Tangarides did and Commissioner President Briggs to Fernando and Brianne. Thank you, professors, for LMU's continued work, not just in LAPD, but in the city and in this region. I remember some 4 years ago when we started this journey of getting annual surveys of the department, that we looked about for the right institution that would bring an unbiased and fair and at times blunt perspective to what the community members across Los Angeles, this vast region, thought. And of course, prior to that time, there's always been a public safety element within your surveys of the health of LA. But these last two surveys, specific to LAPD in 2020 and then 2022, and the one that'll follow next year, I believe helps us see over time the impact of policies, of directions of this commission, leadership of this department, performance of our organization. And I also recognize that that survey, though, and those results don't happen in a vacuum. And that means that we are part of a much more complex society that has many influences on public sentiment towards the safety of the city and the effectiveness of institutions such as our own. And lastly, I remember in 2020 looking at those numbers with quite a bit of concern because of the level of trust and the level of confidence in this organization and concerns and the overall year after year decline in the public institutions, of trust of the public institutions in this entire region. And Professor Guerrero, you said that if you want to improve this, we said absolutely, this is improve the economy. And as the certainty of people's safety and people's economic future and their very health and safety of themselves in a physical sense, as that improves, that we would see a trending up. And that has manifested itself here. But I do believe that officers' work and that this commission and this department has had an impact on improving the overall sentiment of safety in the city and satisfaction with this department, while at the same time identifying that we have lasting and ongoing concerns about the perception of policing in a city in regards to people who are of color and communities of color, and whether law enforcement, particularly LAPD, can be trusted to act in an unbiased and fair and impartial manner. The numbers speak for themselves. That also is that while the overall performance in this department and satisfaction is high, that there's concerns about whether or not we're going to treat people fairly. But I'm encouraged that despite those concerns and the strong signal that's there, that still 75% of our communities, all of our communities, want more police officers. They want to see officers in the street. They want to see officers on patrol, because I know that inherently they know that as officers are in patrol or in the street and have opportunities to engage with our community and in community engage with them, that we see the public's trust go up and we see the safety of the community also go up. Our cops count, they matter a great deal. They matter a great deal to our communities. I pulled that from this, but I also, to Commissioner Decker's point, reference that we have with policy changes such as our pretext policy changes, the analysis of our RIPA data, that there's work to be done so that the interaction between an officer on an individual basis improves the perception of fairness and that we are acting with a manner that's not biased based on a person's color, creed, or their sexual orientation. So work here to be done, but also I do think that it's important that in times where there's controversy and turmoil, that we point out the trends that are going in the right direction and encourage the people that do this work to know that their work and their energies are being seen, it's being felt, and it's needed. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Chief. And I will say there are good points to take from the report, such as the chief highlighted 75% wanting more officers in their neighborhood, 71% indicating they thought the police, LAPD protected their neighborhood, served people like me, don't perceive people like me as a threat. All those trends obviously going in the right direction. We do have a lot of work in terms of positive, negative relationships that people, it was their first, one of the first questions you asked in the survey or reported on in the survey. So while many factors are up, we have a lot of work to do. And I sense we also have a lot of work to do in terms of informing the public about many of the programs that are ongoing, being sure that it's not just policies that are created, put on paper, but that we do a better job of informing the communities about the policies that are happening, the training that is happening, as well as the efforts to bring other groups in and to work collaboratively on issues such as homelessness and other issues that are challenging for our city. So those were some of the takeaways that I was picking up on, and in terms of thinking of our steps as a commission going forward. But I do want to reiterate my thanks to the both of you. LMU has been a great partner in providing us with a scientific survey, objective information upon which we can then take, and allows us to be far more informed than we otherwise would be. And of course, it's a pleasure to see you every year or 18 months or so. So thank you very much for all the efforts you and your entire team put into this. Very much appreciated. Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. And I believe Commissioner Decker has expressed, as well as Chief Moore has expressed, the feelings of the board with respect to this study. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate all the work that you do that went into it. And I'm happy to hear that you will be open to the public tomorrow so that they can ask questions about this report, so that they can get a deeper understanding of this study that you just conducted and the transparency that obviously goes along with that. So we really appreciate that. And we look forward to part 3, this continuing effort. Whether we get to part 20, we'll wait and see about that. But definitely part 3. Thank you very much, everyone. At this time, we're going to go to item 4B under the agenda, the department's presentation with respect to individuals experiencing mental health crisis. Do we have Captain Miles with us?
She's on the screen there, and it looks like they're bringing her up. For sure, she has her hand up, so
Captain Miles, we see your hand. We see that there we are.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
We can. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners and Chief Moore. Today, I will be giving a brief overview of Detective Support and Vice Division's Crisis Support section. Our Crisis Support section includes our MEU components, which are MEU SMART, our Case Assessment Management Program, which we refer to as CAMP, and our Mental Health Intervention Training Unit, which I'll refer to in this presentation as MHIT. I'd like permission now to share my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, let me know if you can see the screen.
Madam Secretary, you may need to help Captain Miles by providing her with permission.
She has permission to share. If you just click share screen, it should give you an option there, ma'am.
Okay, hopefully. Entire screen. See. For some reason on our end, the share button isn't highlighted. Okay, can you guys see our screen now?
We can see your screen now. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so as you see from the screen, for almost 30 years, our MEU unit has worked collectively with the Department of Mental Health in our SMART MEU deployment. The program is designed to effectively assist persons experiencing mental health crisis by linking them with resources and other services immediately on scene. This co-responder model that I'm referring to, basically each unit is comprised of one police officer and one LA County Department of Mental Health clinician. Our units operate on a 24/7 basis, and they are now dispatched as secondary unit on all radio calls involving individuals believed to be experiencing a mental health crisis. Either they're exhibiting some type of violent behavior that poses a risk to the public, or either the incident commander or someone else at scene has determined that a SMART unit could be utilized to help hopefully de-escalate the situation. Between January 1st of 2021 and July 31st of 2022, our DSVD SMART units handled approximately 10,918 calls. And that's out of what we estimate are 31,000 total calls. We estimate that those calls actually saved 15,522 patrol hours. Our triage desk works with our SMART units and our other operational resources. Our triage desk also operates 24/7 and is a 24/7 line that anyone out in the field can contact for advice when they're dealing with some individual and experiencing a crisis. We give guidance. We also document all of our contacts with individuals with mental illness in the field. Our SMART unit and our deployment currently, we have 81 sworn officers assigned to SMART and 32 clinicians. With that deployment, we deploy normally 10 to 12 units a day over a course of a 24-hour period. The majority of our units are deployed between the hours of 10 o'clock in the morning and 8 o'clock at night. We try to deploy at least one SMART unit in each bureau, and oftentimes in the Valley, when we have additional resources, we'll put a second unit just because of the response time is greater if they're coming from outside of the bureau. We currently staff our SMART units with a DMH clinician between the hours of 6 in the morning and 1:30 in the afternoon. And we understand that does create a challenge because after 1:30, we don't have a DMH clinician available to respond out on those calls. We've addressed this with our DMH executives, and we've opened discussions on how can we extend the coverage to ensure that we have 24-hour resources. This is a union, a labor issue for DMH, so those discussions are ongoing, and hopefully we can resolve it in a positive manner sometime in the future. We have currently 5 vacancies in our SMART unit, and we are actively recruiting, trying to fill the vacancies. And we don't really have a hard time filling those vacancies. We have a lot of interest. It's just ensuring that we get everyone with the training and who's most qualified to help with those assignments. In our 2023, or excuse me, in our 2022 budget, the fiscal year budget, there was funding allocated for an additional 12 SMART officers. The problem we encountered, the funding was only approved for 6 months. Subsequently, those positions of the 12 additional officers are currently vacant. We've spoken with Personnel Division, and they've advised that these authorities should be available in January of 2023, and that'll allow us to add additional officers to our cadre. In addition, the Department of Mental Health has agreed to actually supplement our deployment by supplying 7 additional clinicians and 1 supervisor. The addition of the 12 officers and the 8 clinicians will allow us to deploy approximately 3 to 4 additional SMART units per day, increasing our deployment and in turn our effectiveness. With regards to the 2023-24 fiscal year budget, there's also a proposal to retain the 12 additional officers I just mentioned that were approved for 6 months, and an additional request of 19 additional MEU positions. What we've looked at, if in the event that we are able to fill those vacancies, we would have to have support from the Department of Mental Health. And at this time, the Department of Mental Health, based on other commitments, other alternative response programs, they are not able to apply additional staffing. So that will create some challenges for us in the future. The Department of Mental Health has also advised that the challenges they're currently facing pertain to competing with hiring in the private industry. Basically, telehealth creates a problem. Most candidates are looking for telehealth, and the work hours in private industry are much better than the work hours we have here at the police department. So those are some challenges that we face with increasing our deployment and them hiring to expand their deployment on our end. Now I'll go into our case assessment management program. Our case assessment management program also is a partnership with the Department of Mental Health. They have approximately 15 to 20 cases a year. Like SMART, Campus also focused on providing services and resources to individuals deemed high risk or high utilizers of law enforcement services. Most cases are referred to us either from our SMART units or other operational entities in patrol. CAMP, working in conjunction with the Department of Mental Health, are able to supply our subjects with long-time solutions and connect them with mental health services. Go back up there just a little bit. I think I skipped a slide. Our CAMP unit is also the main lead on our gun violence restraining order program. Gun violence restraining orders are civil restraining orders which prohibit individuals from either possessing, owning ammunition or firearms. We believe this is an effective tool which we're currently underutilizing as a department because we just look at the numbers alone. There are opportunities for us to remove guns from the street that aren't being utilized. So currently, our camp detectives in conjunction with Detective Bureau and the City Attorney's Office, we're trying to reinvigorate our commitment to the program and actually get more gun violence restraining orders launched. How we're doing that is we have a new training and educational program we're rolling out where we'll be training our patrol resources on the types of incidents that are most, where GVROs are most effective. Some of those type of incidents have a tendency to deal with cases involving individuals with cognitive disabilities such as dementia or Alzheimer's, or cases with people with post-traumatic stress disorder. So hopefully this is another tool that we can put into effect to have a positive impact on public safety. With regards to our mental health intervention training, our mental health intervention training has been in effect and our course was approved in 2014. It's a 40-hour course which was designed to promote crisis communication and assist officers in identifying signs and behaviors indicative of a person experiencing a mental health crisis. The course covers constitutional law, procedural justice, and other communication and de-escalation techniques. As of July 2022, 4,824 LAPD officers have completed our mental health intervention training course. Additionally, 473 civilian or outside personnel have also completed the course. Our MHIT instructors deliver abbreviated blocks of our mental health course in courses such as FTO School, Custody and Services Police Academy, Juvenile Procedures, and our Emergency Broadcast Operator Training. We estimate that approximately 85% of all calls involving mental health are being handled by officers who have completed our MHIT course. With regards to our alternative response models, we currently partner with 2 programs consistently and which we found has been very productive. Those 2 programs are our first one under CREST is Dee Hirsch, and Dee Hirsch is a 24-hour suicide prevention line. The second program, which I'll speak on, is our Urban Alchemy, which is a program specifically aimed at addressing individuals experiencing homelessness. With Dee Hirsch, we've been in this partnership formally since 2021, and during that time, we've transferred 2,299 calls to Dee Hirsch, and we equate that to saving 11,459 patrol hours. With regards to our Urban Alchemy program, the program initially was a pilot which started in December of 2021. That pilot program initially was launched in Pacific area and Hollywood division. Basically, the program is designed to engage homeless individuals who have not committed a crime, but who are experiencing some other type of mental health crisis. For example, an individual who's loitering or trespassing, we found that if they've encountered our Urban Alchemy counselors, it's a better response than sending police. So between December 2021 and July 2022, there have been 1,239 calls diverted to Urban Alchemy. I'd like to add that the program was recently extended to both Central and Hollenbeck Division and is currently very successful. Finally, I'd like to conclude with a brief analysis with regards to our suicide cop incidents. The department, like many other agencies, what we found that it's really hard to gather data with regards to suicide by cop because most of the instances, unless they've left the note or they've conveyed their intent to someone, the data is just really hard to follow. So what we do, we actually look at behavior, any behavior within our department that suggests that the individual had some intent to force a confrontation with police with the ultimate result of lethal force being utilized. With regards to those type of incidents, from January 1st, 2021 to July 31st, 2022, our camp unit received 197 referrals that we believe where the suspect's behavior suggests possible suicide by cop. Out of those 197 incidents, 131 of those cases were followed up on, and you'll see the stats of those below. And now I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Captain Miles. Well, I have a lot of questions because this is a lot of data. I do thank you for your presentation. some of the questions that I have center around diversion calls. For example, the commission often hears officer-involved shooting cases where the 911 call has been received, and the intake is that the person is threatening to harm him or herself with either an edged weapon or some other type of weapon. But in those instances, we've seen where, you know, the officers have responded, as opposed to a diversion going to one of these SMART teams. Can you elaborate as to your understanding as to why not all calls that are received by 911, where it is explicitly indicated in the call that the individual is suffering from some sort of mental health breakdown, there's not a diversion to these SMART teams?
Sir, with regards to, you mentioned our critical incidents, or what you're referring to, we have a co-responder model. So our communications division on those type of calls would not only dispatch a patrol unit, but they would also dispatch a SMART unit if available.
So that begs the question of the number of SMART units that are available at any given time during the day or night, right?
Yes, sir.
And can you then drill down as to the number of SMART units that are available in each of the bureaus daily?
Sir, at this time, we deploy over a 24-hour period, 10 to 12 SMART units. And we try to have at least one in the bureau in the 4 respective bureaus at all times. Between the hours of 10 o'clock and 8 at night, there are approximately 5 to 6 units deployed. That is our heaviest deployment, which would put at least 1 SMART unit in every bureau. But in addition to that, we'd have 2 additional units. We usually will keep 1 on this side of the hill and 1 across the hill. The problems we may run into if one of those SMART units is unavailable because they're currently engaged with another subject or at a hospital with that individual, someone in that bureau may not be available. But ultimately, that call would be dispatched, or communications would contact our watch commander, and we dispatch a unit from an opposing bureau.
Commissioner, if I can weigh in, the percentage of calls involving mental illness, at best, we're able to handle 20 to 25% with a co-responder SMART team model. This last year, historically for decades, officers would be the first in, and then once the situation was what we call code 4, it was static or stable, then we would call for a SMART team to respond, and it would be handed off to that resource. The other option is in a barricaded situation, we always dispatch psychologists as well for a crisis negotiation. So we've got a barricade, but then you have tens of thousands of calls that involve persons experiencing a mental health episode, whether it's a crisis or a chronic issue. And simply, we do not have the psych vans, the emergency psychiatric vans provided by the county, number in the single digits at any one time across the entire county. Similarly, off hours, those resources just simply don't exist. So we've had to fill that void with a multidisciplinary team approach. But even with us, I want to update what the captain indicated. We don't have a psychologist from 1 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock. We just have officers with the specialized training because of a lack of available clinicians and the scarcity of those. However, again, this last year, we began eliminating that there would be a delayed response, and they began responding as immediately as a regular patrol officer were, so that they'd be on scene and could help with crisis negotiations on it. But by no means are we handling even the majority of cases with those multidisciplinary teams. Those are resources that need to grow. Now, I am encouraged. The Circle program that was mentioned by the captain in the Hollywood area has grown from Hollywood and Venice to include Central and Hollenbeck, and his plan is to expand to an additional, I think, 5 areas within the end of this year, first quarter of next year. Those involve a clinician as well as an outreach engagement worker, and a third individual that are not police led or even police accompanied. And they respond to calls that involve persons experiencing a mental health crisis as long as there's not a violence in progress. And they've already been dispatched to thousands of calls. And of course, that's what we look to see as a model that would have those ready resources so that the LAPD response, even with a smart resource, would only handle those that involve instances of ongoing violence or potential for likelihood of violence. I hope that helps a little bit.
It does. Thank you very much, Chief. At this time, I'm going to call on other commissioners. Commissioner Decker, any questions?
Yes. Briefly, Captain, thank you for your presentation. It was filled with a lot of information. And Captain, my questions are more, my question is about the suicide by cop issue that you highlighted at the end of your presentation. And I understand the issues with respect to data and needing clear evidence to be able to categorize as such. At least that's what I got for your presentation. Do you know if there are any efforts underway to more specifically count and identify this? And why I ask is because it certainly appears in some instances that even we see in our reviews that individuals are intent on making that happen. So I wonder if you know if there's a greater effort either throughout the country or locally to more accurately capture that information, because I think that could also help the county and mental health providers in terms of providing increased services.
Commissioner, I'm not sure if the efforts are being made across the county, across the nation, but what I can say is all our internal incidents, all of our OIS, our other critical incidents, our camp unit does evaluate those where we can try to make a determination for our agency.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I appreciate that, Captain. Chief, do you have any information on a national level, given your associations with?
Sure. So it's an ongoing topic, but I will say officer involved shooting data, as I reported earlier, is still a struggle across law enforcement agencies in America to get standardized rates and classifications of the types of just officer involved shootings, but also persons experiencing mental illness. They're commonly reframed or referred to suicide by cop, a person who has some mental health crisis and is attempting to set up a scenario where officers will resort to lethal force, believing that their lives are in danger, when in fact the person simply desires, is asking for, they're wishing to commit suicide at the officer's hands. I'm not aware of a formulation yet, because I think we're still struggling as an industry, as a profession, of getting an accurate number of just the number of times we're even shooting, an officer involved shootings occurring. We're better today than we were 5 years ago, but I think we still have more work to do on this. I do want to point one thing out, and I want to congratulate the camp resource, because of just not this issue, but the chronic issues of mental health, where after a SMART team responds, after a successful de-escalation and resolution where the person's actually provided mental health treatment by the county, the camp resource has more than 2,000 cases where, because of, in my view, shortfalls within the mental health system, these individuals suffering from ongoing issues of mental health crises are back in a community setting. And while this is not a department area of responsibility, their caseworking is meant to try to prevent some type of incident involving the police department now responding to a person who is again evolved into a sense of crisis, and now an officer is back in this troubling situation. I'm not aware of anywhere else in America policing that does this. And it does, I believe, speak well to the need for more work and more resources in mental health and system support beyond the police department. And so I just want to bring that out, because it is it's workload that we could use those resources on SMART teams, but they recognize that so often that opportunity really continues in the weeks and months afterwards, when the system has simply left the person behind. And that's troubling.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Sobroff, any questions? Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Yes, maybe a question or comment or whatever it is. I think if we were having a discussion broadly about, for example, just police, how effective the police are doing in providing services, one version of that conversation, might be around staffing levels and the patrol plan and the ability to not just do proactive policing, but also response times. How effective are you, or how long does it take to respond to an emergency and versus urgent calls and things of that nature. I'm not aware that any thorough system exists or adequate system exists to assess this area. I'm thinking of the point that Commissioner Briggs was making, that we've talked about in a couple of conversations about the availability of the smart teams and how long it takes for a team to move from one part of the city all the way to something that may be happening elsewhere and so on. So I'm just I'd appreciate if there is any effective system for really assessing that would tell us, for example, what would be the impact. I know you mentioned that you're not getting the 19 positions and so on, but if someone were saying, okay, what would the impact of having those positions filled, what would that be? And then just more broadly, if you are listening to and believing, as I believe, that all of the studies that point out the unprecedented levels of mental health problems, that some of them longstanding, some of them rising from the pandemic and so on. But the fact is that everything from kids who are suffering who are and will suffer long-term effects of being out of school, to all of the other disruption, that suggests to me that there's a tremendous and growing need in this area. So I don't know exactly what the drivers were in 1993 when you were pioneering this, as indicated in the presentation. But I'm just pointing out that to me, it's especially that if that social dynamic is real, as I believe that it is, that a lot of people have a lot of mental health issues right now, then we're going to continue to see that manifest in a lot of ways. So that calls for a broad and kind of comprehensive planning process to really assess what that need will be, and then a conversation about how you address it. So the question, I guess, coming back to all that is twofold. One is there any such, longer term, I wouldn't expect the department to be leading that, but I would expect you to be at a table at which that longer term conversation is happening. So the one question is, are you at any such tables? Is anybody looking at it from the long term, bigger picture need? And then the other is, coincident with that is, how are you assessing the effectiveness of what you're doing, now? And I'm speaking again in particular to the adequacy of the current, resources for smart teams and the like.
And Miles, you want to take that, or you want me?
Sir, I can start off. He
There you go.
actually asked if we're at the table and we're having those discussions. And I can assure the commissioner, yes, we are involved in those discussions. And at this point, even we have a representative from the Department of Mental Health. I asked her to actually sit in on this call just to hear the discussions we're having. So we do understand the need is there. We recognize that, as the chief mentioned previously, of the 31,000 plus mental health calls for service, we were only able to handle 10,000. So we do know that we need to grow our units, grow our partnerships. And I just believe with currently the Department of Mental Health, there's so many programs out there now that are calling for their resources. So we are having those discussions, and we do have to develop a plan. Chief?
Well, I would add, just it does need to be a comprehensive plan. We are at the table and share with Department of Mental Health, as well as our county leadership and the Criminal Justice Planning Committee, CCJCC, just the interchange between Department of Mental Health, Department of Public Health, and public safety, and how can we be a part of that comprehensive system. The desire for our measures of effectiveness, we would like to have a smart team on every mental health related call. So it's real simple. We manage and track the number of calls, percentage of mental health related calls that smart teams are able to respond to. We also look at response times, and we look to the dispos of what happens when they respond as far as the matter of commitments or what is the outcome of referrals. So those are the crude measures. And then lastly, this was in this work going forward, our advocacy is for the building of the other legs of the stool. And that is the outreach and the engagement and the housing and the treatment, both short-term, interim, and long-term for people experiencing mental health illness. And so our advocacy at the table is not just how do we engage and how we're dealing with our portion of it, but how can we advocate for the support for the expansion and the building of the resources so that as a city and as really as a nation, we handle one of the most pressing crises, which is in mental health and mental illness in our society.
Well, I thank you both for the comments. I think it's as we have future conversations about it, would be helpful to continue to kind of develop our collective awareness really of those metrics and how this all fits together. And the point about other, the other legs of the stool, this is kind of a theme of some other comments I was making earlier, which is it's not a matter of placing blame of who's doing what and who's doing more than others. To me, it's a matter really of giving the most clear picture, sobering picture to the public that at the end of the day, it has to fund a lot of the needs. So that's really the goal is the more the department can help to inform those needs, then appropriate decision makers can hopefully get that information out and facilitate good decisions. But thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Captain Miles, thank you very much for a comprehensive report. I'm sure that we're going to be looking forward to additional reports from you in the future because as Commissioner Bonner pointed out, this is a crisis that appears to be evolving and growing and not shrinking as one would hope. It's something that the department, the city, the county, who I believe has some responsibility, is going to be facing now and in the future. And there are resources that obviously need to be brought to bear. We're all aware of the critical lack of labor, not only in the field of social services, psychology and counseling, but across the board. So we do have our challenges, but it's one that we have to meet in the city. And I think that we'll be able to rise to the occasion. But again, thank you for your report. And like I said, we will be seeing you in the future because you'll be coming back before us with similar reports. Thank you. Have a great day. At this time, at this time, we're going to go to item 4C, the department's report with regard to the automated license plate recognition audit.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Briggs. Can you hear me okay?
Commander Laurie, good afternoon. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Chief and Mr. Inspector General. Good to see everybody again. I will be brief in letting you know the background and the results of a department audit on the ALPR, or Automated License Plate Recognition System. I'm joined by Captain Anthony Espinoza and our team from Audit Division who can answer any specific questions if they come up or about the technical operation of the system or what have you. But first, I'll just brief you on the audit, which I think makes pretty clear why we're here, what the results are, and what the department has done in response to the audit. If the secretary can find, I think the Audit Division team had logged on with the title Audit Division as their name. But I'll keep going because I know we're at a long meeting here, and I assume that they will be up by the time my summary is completed. So in 2020, the California State Auditor audited 4 law enforcement agencies up and down the state to look at their use of automated license plate recognition systems. That audit led to 7 recommendations specifically aimed at us, the Los Angeles Police Department, and we acted on all 7 of those. Another piece of important background is that at the end of 2020, the department did not renew our contract with Palantir, who's the technology company that, among many other things, was in charge of managing our ALPR system. Then in February of 21, the Board of Police Commissioners approved Motorola as the new vendor to manage this system. The reason I bring that up is that means that during the period of this audit, in fact, we were self-managing this through IMD and then kept in Calcus, and it was an internal system during the time of that audit. Motorola has since been brought on board, and Captain Espinoza can answer any questions you have about their specific duties, but there is now a professional manager handling the ALPR system. Our audit led to results between 94 and 100% of compliance in all the categories but one. So I will skip forward to the one category where the results were not what we look for. And that was a 44% compliance rate with the following. It is a best practice to deactivate or inactivate user accounts as soon as someone who's running a system like an ALPR system knows that that user will no longer be in contact with the system, whether through separation from the department, reassignment to other duties, etc. And the internal audit found that only 44% of the time the department was compliant with immediately closing down those user access accounts. The reason for that being of concern is self-evident. We don't want folks who don't have a right and need to know in their immediate job function to have access to things like license plate data. The recommendation from Audit Division was to codify a policy to make sure that this happens immediately, and the department did so, and it is now in our department manual that as soon as a user is no longer actively involved in needing access to this information, that their account shall be immediately deactivated. In future audits, should this audit come up periodically, of course, we would expect 100% compliance there. I should point out it was only 5 accounts, I believe, that were not deactivated. So the sample size is the percentage sounds really intimidating. And Motorola is aware of this requirement. So now that we're moving into the professional management of the system, we should expect that these 5 of the 9 that were not compliant would not occur again. And again, that has been codified in the department manual. The rest of the results surrounding data security and 6 other categories that we can go into in detail if the commission would like, again, all achieved between 94 and 100% compliance in the audit, which are the types of results we prefer and look for.
Commander Laurie, can you just quickly summarize those other categories for us?
Yes, absolutely. So one recommendation was to develop a written policy in our manual for how we handle ALPR systems and their data. That has been codified in the department manual. That when a user applies for access or wants access to the ALPR data, they are vetted and given access when appropriate. That occurred 100% of the time. To provide adequate physical security for the server, for the actual computers, and digital security regarding access to ALPR data, and we were found to have met that standard. That when folks request information from our ALPR system, we track and maintain a log of who requested information and what information they requested. And we met that 104 out of 111 times for a compliance rate of 94%. We got back to our requestor within 24 hours. Oftentimes this information is very important. It could be about a wanted criminal or someone in the community who could be dangerous, and we want to get back to our folks who ask for license plate data quickly. And we responded within 24 hours, 97% of the time, or 31 out of 32 times for the audited sample. And then finally, that system administrators, and again, in this case, it would be our own folks at IMD because we were between vendors, that the folks who are system administrator authorized had received proper training. That was true for 12 out of 12 of our system administrators for a 100% compliance rate. So that's the other 6 categories that we had the high compliance rates in.
Thank you, Commander. Did you want to have Captain Espinoza now present?
Yeah, Captain Espinoza, if you can just speak briefly on the transition to Motorola, how that is going, and their role once they've taken over the ALPR data system, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, sir. So currently we're moving to the Motorola solution, Vigilant. We're currently working with Motor Transport Division to determine where those vehicles will go in the city. We're also determining, preparing training for our officers. The written notices have gone out like Special Order 31. And once Motorola is on board, all of our ALPR data will go into their system. The current PIPS cameras that are out in the field today that report to the BOSS servers will be redirected and then moved to those Motorola systems. So all data on current cameras will be in that system as well.
Thanks, Cap.
Thank you, Captain.
And if there are any specific questions about the audit or the methodology, I see our team was able to come up on video, sir. If not, that concludes our summary.
Let me ask.
Commissioner, if I could make one ask of the group, there was a number of public comments relative to facial recognition being used. And this department does not use ALPR, either current or future systems in that fashion. Can I impose on you to ask Captain Espinoza to describe that?
This is correct. Motorola does offer facial recognition, part of their software, but the department does not, will not utilize that service. It is not in our contract. We will not use it at any time. We understand that the department has a stringent policy on this, and we're going to follow it. And we have robust policy, especially in Special Order 31, against this.
Thank you, Captain. Captain, as a follow-up to the chief's question concerning public comments, the publics have also commented heavily on the notion that we share this data with outside agencies and/or outside agencies can access this particular data. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, in order to share data with other agencies, it has to be local or state as defined in Special Order 31. We have to have a MOU with those agencies, and we read each one as they come in. Currently, we do not have any, but in the future, as requests come in from outside agencies, we will make sure that it follows our policy and guidelines.
Do we have any type of MOU with the federal government?
No, we do not. Nor do we share.
And those matters will be brought before the commission for review and approval.
Thank you both. Commissioner Decker, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Briefly, and I'm not sure, Commander Lori, if you're the right person to answer this or the captain, but I'll leave to you. I just want to understand in terms of the deactivation issue, and I apologize if I missed this in your presentation, but I'd like to understand what you're doing internally to ensure deactivation happens rather than waiting for another audit in a year or two, or just to be sure, as you said, that you get to that 100% number that you spoke of.
Yes, ma'am. I can answer that. So first of all, by codifying it in the manual, folks who work for Captain Espinoza or who work in this environment will now know that it's required. And then there's also now a monthly check of all active accounts to make sure that they are in fact active. So the theoretical worst case scenario now is a 29-day miss, although we want immediate deactivation. A month would be the longest that an inactive account would remain still hot.
Understood. Thank you. That's the clarity I was looking for. So thank you, Commander. And again, just for more the public's issue with ALPR and with Motorola being the new contractor, can you just briefly explain the deletion practices?
Yes, Captain Espinoza, can you talk about how that happens when an account goes deactive?
No, I'm sorry. Deletion practice of the data that's collected, the actual license plate information.
The retention period.
Oh, got it. Yeah, Captain Espinoza can address that. Thanks.
Yes, after 2 years of stored data, it goes into logical deletion, which means a data user cannot access that data unless it's under 8 different circumstances. And in order to access that data, an investigator would have to request formally through a 15-2 to the Commanding Officer of Information Technology Bureau to be able to examine that data. eventually there's a 5-year drop off. So any data after 5 years completely deletes unless an investigator goes to their commanding officer, makes a formal request to the commanding officer of Information Technology Bureau to retain that data for investigative purposes, whether it's administrative, criminal, or civil.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Commissioner Briggs. Thank you.
If
Oh,
I could just, I know, Commissioner, that there are people who will listen and think the 8 matters are open this wide spectrum of retention. Captain, can you clarify the types of crimes that are under investigation to fit that? It's listed in the report, I believe.
Yes. So it has to be a serious felony, a violent felony. It has to be human trafficking, violation of a protective order, stalking, sex offender registration, terrorist activity, or pursuant to a court order.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Bonner, any questions? Commissioner Silberoff, any questions? Commander Laurie, thank you very much. Captain Espinoza, thank you. The Audit Division, thank you all for a presentation. At this time, I move we approve the department's report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to go into closed session at 12:50 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 5A1 and 5A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
It appears we have a quorum present. Here's Commissioner Sobrow. Mr. Chiefang, can you please read out from closed session?
Yes, Mr. President. Commission has concluded its work in closed session. As it relates to item 5A1, officer involved shooting number 056-21. Commission unanimously on a 4-0 vote adopted the recommendations of the Chief of Police, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 commander, 1 captain 3, 1 lieutenant 2, 1 sergeant 2, 1 sergeant 1, 5 police officer 3s. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 5 police officer 3s. Lethal use of force in policy, 2 police officer 3s. Item 5A2, non-tactical unintentional discharge number 061-21. Commission unanimously adopted on a 3-0 vote. The Chief of Police recommendations, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 police officer 2. Drawing and exhibiting does not apply. Unintentional discharge, administrative disapproval, out of policy, negligent discharge, 1 police officer 2. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Chiefang. There being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. See you next week.